wish I was Master. So much cooler.
More banana.
Banana. Are you rotating the bananas?
Technically, yes.
Excellent.
Ow. Game, please give me a different weapon. Ah! 'Yo, this might be the end of Monkey.
The end of One Piece.
Okay, I got my slutty rocket. Fairly well.
では前に出ます。
Hello, everyone. How's it going, guys? Let me make sure the bot is working here. Looks like it is. Cadroth. Okay. Hernandez, thank you for the 10 months. Pion, thank you for the 27. IA, thank you for the 49. Happy New Year's, thank you, I appreciate it. Rayless, thank you for the 64. AFK, thank you for the 78. Vacation was fun and enjoyable. And yes, thank you for the 6.5. Gil, thank you for the 23. Bob, thank you for the 25, even though you smell. And I think this was while I was offline, but Jezza, thank you for the 21 as well. Okay. Hurricane knocked out my power for 3 months. Yikes. Were you down in the Caribbean, Pion? Because I feel like the continental US didn't get hit too hard this year, thankfully. Yep, yeah. Sorry to hear about it. Hope everything is good now, though. I know that sort of thing is rough. Okay. I think we're good to go. I literally just got the tweet live, so chat, do me the favor. If you guys are on Twitter, go give that some love. And we're going to be getting started here. I do have a little bit of housekeeping first. Let's go ahead and get started over here. Hello, everybody. We have a jam-packed stream. I have a lot of stuff I have to do here now after the turn of the year. Obviously, I have new like content that I need to make. Obviously, I need to talk to you guys about Logress, who's out on JP. I also got to talk a little bit on the future of the game in JP. And naturally, I have to do all of my rolls because I wasn't around for this, so you guys know the deal by now. But that means rolls on both servers, including GSSRs. We'll be doing the rolls. I will commit to that. But we are going to have to talk a little bit about, again, future of the game and stuff like that. So, wait, there's a new Saberface? That's right. I'm sure everyone already knows that, though, already. And sorry about that, chat. I just keep accidentally touching my capture card here, which is causing it to fritz. No, I mean, I'm not going to do NP6 anyways. You guys know oh my god. Okay, please be plugged in. There we go. Is JP even back up? I don't know. Is it down for like maintenance or something right now? So we definitely got to okay, it's definitely bugged out. I don't know if chat could see that, but the resolution was lower and the aspect ratio was shrunk, so I physically unplugged it this time. It was up at reset? Okay. There we go. Now it should be working. So I definitely need to also record for the new event coming up here on NA. That's very much on my to-do list. I'm told we're going to have that by Friday. So it be what it be. In the meantime, I need... let's go do some Ember gathering. Is simply from the standpoint that I actually need to get my AP spent down a little bit on both servers. We got a lot of rolls to do. I don't remember, do we have everything? Yeah, it looks like we do. I should actually also see if there's anything I can get done here. I think I need to take somebody that's a dragon servant. I need a red item as a battle drop, a white item as a battle drop, a gold color item as a battle drop, and a free quest near water. And 26 enemies. I don't know if this has to be frontline or not. I also need enemies with the heaven attribute, which should be sky. I believe hands count for that, but I may be incorrect. It doesn't? Sweet. Let's do... I'm gonna have to make up a new comp here, so apologies in advance, chat. This will just take a hot second. But I feel appropriately in using OG here. And this is NA, which I believe my NA server is not at master level cap. Unless I'm misremembering. Take that. That. Oh no, it's Mystic Code. That's Master Experience. And that. Okay, let's get you out of here. I probably need like a 2-star. Bunyan's not gonna fit, so we're just gonna have to go right back to MASH. And there we go. And then I'm gonna have to switch Mystic Codes. Boom. Hello, chat. Sorry about that. Whenever I'm building a team comp, I basically can't look at chat. Oberon is a dragon? Sweet. Okay, Artoria should count. If not, it'd be what it be. This also should qualify for gold. So if it qualifies for gold and sky and dragon, that's good enough for me. We got 3 done in one. I was gonna say, wait, what is the new? Is that a Twitch emo? For whatever reason, I had to get a piece for that one. It's okay. It's sometimes that stuff like these quests can be a little wonky. I did just basically try to keep my AP spent down. I didn't focus overly much on getting this stuff done. Well, that was kind of a fuck up on my part right there, but whatever. I should be fine. So close to 170 on an A. It may just look to see if the unit has it rather than what ascension it's in, which would be weird. Hope you have a good stream. I am. How's it going, Hades? Galactic, thank you for the 50. Appreciate it, my dude. Hope you're having a good one. And Cal, thank you for the 22 as well. How'd everyone's GSSR rolls go? In my case, I haven't done them yet, but yes, I hope everybody else got what they wanted. Obviously, I know that you didn't, right? Like there's always people that like get really lucky and always people that don't. It is what it is. But again, I hope everybody got what they desired. Tomorrow's quest makes you use servants with A+ luck, which I believe Artoria does have. I'd have to double check again. But I know when I was looking at the missions, because I asked Bob to send them to me when I was on vacation just to see if I could like easily get some done. And that was one of them where I was like, I'm not gonna know that off the top of my head. Forgive me. Yep, there you go. Dragon and Heaven. So it looks like we did get a bunch there. Got lucky this year and got the exact servant I wanted. Tez, nice. I think Lord Logress is pretty weak, CAD. She could use a day 1 NP interlude, yeah. Let me see, because Avalon sent me a bunch of the stuff, which I admittedly have not gotten to, like, fully in-depth go over. I've definitely, like, before I left, I did a lot of talking with Avalon and Bob that day, so I'm relatively up to date on their status, like basically on Logress's existence, but I just want to actually see the hard numbers here. Jesus. Interesting. Disgusting. That's just NP1. Yeah, it is interesting. She's fairly close to Artoria, until you consider some additional stuff. Her animation is sick. That's the big thing I'm liking. Oh my god, dude. I don't know why, and I'm sorry, chat, but like my capture card dongle that's like plugged in is super finicky today. And it just is like going back and forth. So if it happens, just bear with me. Yeah, I look, I don't want to get, oh my god, it also it did the whole like it's bugged out and it's super low res. Okay. But yeah, I was disappointed in the JP stream. We'll talk a little bit about it. I've heard both sides of the argument at this point. I have some interesting thoughts on it. I am interested to see what JP does in the future. She had damage Lartoria. I didn't check the specifics. She does have damage Melu. I mean, I know Salter was the prior top, and she outdamages Salter. So there's that. Capture card got jealous all the time with a girlfriend over the holidays. I had a good time. And I know I didn't get to talk about that, but we went to St. Augustine on our trip. It was just this is a couple hours up the road, but it was good. Honestly, I had a fun time. Got to stay in like an Airbnb and really no complaints other than like by the end of the trip, I think both of us were having net problems, her way more than me. And I think it was just like the pillows that they had on the bed were just not good. So it just was what it was. No lurking command still? I mean, do you actually want a lurk command? Oh my god. I think what's so tilting for me right this second is like why this is so finicky. It normally my capture card is normally not like this bad. I expect JP to go into a hiatus at worst. The problem with that sort of line of thinking, I would say, is simply that okay, so you're not gonna work now. Jesus, capture card. Maybe dust on the plug? No. It's just finicky, dude. This thing always has been, but it's like it's the worst it's ever been. And I don't know oh, why did I pop that there? Whatever. I'm too used to using Salter right now in JP. You need to find a good travel pillow, CAD. Oh yeah, no, like it was one of those where we were just packing extremely light, so I don't think any of us really thought about it. Other thing to remember is not everyone's finished the story still. Yeah, I'm gonna say this too. I have done the JP story. I don't know everything there is to know about it, but I do know some things about it. That being said, I respect the wishes of people that don't want to know more. So I'm going to again ask you guys not to. I also have unfortunately been inadvertently spoiled twice already on different aspects. It is what it is. Magnesium before bed and salon pause patch would do the trick. I would rather just practice proper sleeping situation, because usually if I get like neck pain or something, it's because like the pillow didn't properly support. Okay, that should be enough for right this second. Let's go to JP, spin some down over here. I can sleep anywhere, no problem. I can fall asleep, no problem. Waking up is the other problem. Only maintenance on the 6th, yeah. Hey, go start my dishes, all good. A head pat and call it a good girl? I don't know that that'll help it. I don't think the capture card has any emotion other than chaos. If chaos even can be stated to be an emotion. Now, chat, I did finish my 500 boxes. For those of you guys that missed it. I did also get my 500 boxes fully rolled out. I finished that today. That was a little bit on the rough side. Just as JP is looking to be a little bit on the rough side in terms of my space here. Admittedly, I have a little bit of an Ember problem. So there is that. Let's use some of my... Is every single Saberface 2K already? No, we're getting there is what it is. So I won't be able to 2K right off the bat on her. That is what that is. I'm not worried about that. She'll be there really fast. And actually, let me double check. Yeah, there's no 4 or 5 star foes in there. Only lesser. I'm just trying to clear up a little bit of room before we do the roll session. Okay, we're kind of good on that front. I have at least enough, like, C bombs basically to make do. Real talk, will Summer 11 have Summer Saber Lily or Summer Lance or Artoria Alter? I don't know. I have no idea. Earn, thank you for the 54. Shaq, thank you for the 58. Spartan, thank you for the 86. Noli, thank you for the 52. Ello, thank you for the 62. Zort, thank you for the 56. Love you guys. Appreciate you. Thank you guys for the continued support. Which ascension of Jamer is your favorite? I don't know, honestly. I go back and forth. She's one that I could probably keep in random, but I do think like the lazy gamer girl one is probably the one that I would use the most. I have successfully done, so this is another one because I can't read the JP missions, and I guarantee there are certain other missions I have to do here. So Let me take a look because I think Bob sent me the translation for these as well. So I don't know what 7 is. I need white items from battle. I don't know what 1 is. 9 is red items. 10 is FP summons. I don't know what 11 is. I don't know what 13 is. So chat knows what those are. I only have a couple more days, so let me know. Horses from writer node? What do you mean horses from writer node? Are you talking about the like writer daily? Like in Chaldea Gate? Oh, interesting that he's back. Did I not do that in the prior one? I guess for a strange fake. All right. Fuck it, we ball. Yeah, I mean, I know it's like Year of the Horse, but that can't be like all the missions, right? Oh my god! Elgato! Fuck off! Please! I can't have a stream like this! It's just ridiculous! I have to like pull the plug just to get it to actually do something. Like, here, chat. I'll blow on it just for your sake. Okay? Ford is trying to rage bait you. It really is. And I don't get why it's being so obnoxious. There we go. Okay, we'll just go with that. We'll go with Salter for right now. Damn, live blow on Twitch. That's right. Hey, you do the GSSR? I will be doing it. I haven't done it yet. We're just trying to get AP spent down a little bit. Perfect grilling weather, 18 degrees Fahrenheit. That doesn't sound like perfect grilling weather, but you know, I mean, like, at least in the sense that something warm would feel nice, right? Cat needs to get a king item? Wait, what do you mean? Sorry, my brain is like, I'm having to sit here and think about the comps because of all of the, like, I'm using Arturion today, I'm using Salter on JP, I'm reading about Logress, so it's like, I don't know why, but it's like fucking with it in my head, keeping it all straight. I actually got the Castoria, nice. Been sick and had a fever for 2 days, Friday and Saturday. Doctor told me to rest. I'm okay to go back to work tomorrow and refrain from talking. It's all good. Glad you're feeling better. I know for me, it was weird. I definitely enjoyed the trip, right? But there were also like, I think there's a point where you feel like not homesick, but like you're like, oh man, I wonder what other people are up to. I wonder how the dogs are doing, that sort of stuff. Like, this is actually the longest I think I've been away from the dogs in a long time. I usually, even if I go on a trip, they go with me. So this was like, I felt bad for them. They felt a little bit depressed, I could tell. Like, okay, so I definitely got a lot done. Let's do another one, I think. Transforming into human. Oh, SpongeBob isn't from Florida. You're saying he's from the Bikini Atoll. I got you. Can you insta 120 Logress? I don't know. On NA, the answer would certainly be no. On JP, I do have quite a bit of a stockpile, and assuming the 2x suck rate's still up, I have a decent chance. But it will depend. I'll probably have to unload my entire supply. But we are going to start with JP rolls first. Primarily, chat, due to the fact that the campaign on JP happened first, so I need to get it kind of done with. You guys know my shtick, though. I usually do my actual rolls before doing GSSR, with the logic being that it may impact my GSSR choice. You never know when you're going to get spooked by something. Honest to gods, it's probably not going to be a big deal for me at this point, but it certainly could be. I did on an A to get Draco to 120. I got Draco to 120 off of the lotto, which was actually pretty hilarious. Because I still have plenty of embers left over. But I just finished that today as well. Uh-oh. Whoops. Whoops. Because it had a single enemy middle wave. I didn't do the calc right, and I just went ahead and popped Oberon skill there. And went like, uh-oh. I got my Arjun Ultra to 108. Nice. You can't get spooked by limiteds, though. Right, and that's why I was saying it's unlikely that it actually would impact me. Like, those days are kind of gone and done, but I still do it that way. I still talk about the practice, mostly from the idea and the concept that chat kind of follows suit. I think it's a good strategy to have. It's a lot better for like newer accounts or more free-to-play oriented accounts. But admittedly, yeah, like neither of my accounts are at that point. They've been playing for so long that there's very little that they need. This may be another command seal if I end up with another single enemy mid-wave. You know, Wang's the spooksome, yeah. Wang's fantastic. There's Doki-tan to 120 on Lotto experience too. Nice. I had to start a new 120 project to deal with all the experience. That's usually what I do. I usually use the lottos as a means of doing that so that I don't have to, like, phone it in any way. Yeah, I did see MF Ghost started its third season, which I'm at least excited for. And this song was what reminded me of that, chat. We're 114, I'm out of gold apples, so I'm going to take what I can and hope to get it to 115. I wouldn't push it, honestly. Like, you'll get there eventually. Like if you're out of apples, I wouldn't sit there trying to get more just for that purpose. Is the artery I use a welfare one? What do you mean? Like Salter? No, Salter here is basically a SR. She's a story locked SR. Okay, that better have finished a bunch of those missions. That guy at least got all the limited time missions done. Let's look at the New Year's ones. I wish these had a redeem all button so bad. I get that it's like, oh, it's trying to piece by piece the puzzle, but I really wish it had a redeem all. Story lock's a terrible concept. I mean, it's pretty much limited if you want to think about it that way. There's just technically another way to get it. Lemonade, thank you for the resub. Appreciate it, my dude. How you doing? Didn't think it was possible to run out of apples. With the way JP has been, absolutely. I didn't. I still have plenty on JP, but I can understand why anyone would. Like if you went harder on the grand stuff, I get it. Okay, so that's just FP. I don't know what the heck those other two are. It's basically 1, 13, and 7 are the ones that I don't know. So I'm assuming that's the writers that chat's talking about. With the update during maintenance a few hours ago in JP? That I don't know. Someone have to look at the maintenance log. Like I said, I've been focused like all day pretty much on getting my boxes rolled out on an A because we had like 2 days left and I was like, oh, hold on, I need to do this. So that was my big concern. But okay, let's go ahead and let's start the rolls, chat. Because, again, it's New Year's. I've been gone on my trip. You guys know this. Unfortunately, I was not able to roll with you guys on New Year's Day like I normally do. But I did have an excellent trip. I'm very rested thanks to that. I had an amazing time with the girlfriend. And now, though, we're back. We're going to be getting started. So, obviously, we have Logress, who's come out on JP. She's brand new. She's kind of like current year modern Saberface, like modern version of Artoria at this point. So, she is the ideal version of her, if you will. You can see I have quite a bit of quartz stocked up on JP. That's going to be kind of what we're going to go with. Actually, let me double check just real quick to make sure that I don't have reset stuff in the shop. I do. That I can at least grab to help with the rolls. And that should help a little bit more. Now we can go get the stuff. And I guess we'll go ahead and begin with the paid La Single. As you never know. But the goal here will be NP5. I'm hoping I have enough quartz accumulated for that, but I don't know. JP, actually, really, both servers have been pretty decent to me after being very bad to me at the beginning of last year. So we'll see whether or not I'm due in for another bad stretch. And the instant Mephisto is not a good sign. Oh, we're going to go straight into tickets, though. No channel point betting? Funny meme number. Oh no. Thank you for the resub, Torak. There's our new Year of the Horsey. That is why it is depicted that way. It's not an Uma Musume meme. Even though it 100% is an Uma Musume meme. But like it's literally because of the Year of the Horse is the reason why they went with it. I just hope one of the mods is gonna keep track for us here. Clowned on right away. It do be that way. New 3-star C. New 4-star C. These are the new anniversary Cs, I assume. So, or sorry, not anniversary, New Year's. I always, in my brain, call anniversary and New Year's the same thing, and I flip flop them. Got spooked by Drake while rolling for Sith. I mean, it can happen. Drake's still a fantastic unit, though. Give Mephisto a buff. Mephisto at least has his niche uses with the 3 times buff block, honestly. I'm not gonna say you couldn't make them better. To me, the way the like 3-star layout for casters works is you have like Caster Coup, and then there's like the Grand Canyon, and then everyone else. So it's like, yeah, it does feel like they kind of need to relook at the way some of the 3-stars work. But I think you have the similar problem of Caster Coup's so good, he's power crept a lot of the 4-stars too. Your luck be like mine and getting Takaru and 10 tickets? I hope so. Do other AoE sabers needs buffs now because of Logress? An interesting question. I think Logress definitely does up the scale, but I don't think you're gonna really see a like big need for buffs other than the units that kind of already needed it even before Logress. I'd say, honest to God, the one that really stretched that was the Salter buff a couple of years back that that gave her the ability to Black Grail loop. I think that actually did like pretty much just catapult a couple of the AoE sabers into orbit of being like, hey, you've been evicted from the premises, you need a buff before you can come back. Arthur and P buff win. Yeah, honestly, like it's such a travesty that we went all throughout the entire like main story of JP. They never cashed in on Arthur. They never gave Arthur his due. My hope is that, you know, they're holding back for a reason, but I'm sitting here going like, what the heck, man? You guys could have just went ahead and done it, and whatever reason you're holding off, you easily could have redone it by now. Kakaru took me to hard pity. Oof. I'm hoping I don't get to that point. Salter buff was the tipping point. Yeah, I think that's like you had a 4-star that basically leapfrogged all of the 5-stars, and that's naturally going to cause issues. Oh, hold on. Oh, thank you, Bob. I appreciate it. Waiting for Arthur for so long too. Yeah, it's just a shame, honestly. Like I grew up as a big King Arthur fan, so it's like obviously, you know, my favoritism has been towards Artoria, but like I still want to see like OG Arthur get some love. It does feel like we got a lot of plot threads just left hanging, even if there's a part 3 on the way. And honestly, that's good. If there is a part 3, right? Like, I think that's the big question mark that everyone's going to have is like, you know, where does the game head after this point? Like I said, just, you know, briefly talking about the way that like things kind of went down on JP. I did feel like the stream was disappointing. Obviously, the way they wanted to frame things, that everybody understands the context here, is that JP wanted this to be like a farewell, a goodbye, a reminiscence, a looking back on the story, and kind of like give it its moment. Oh, hold on, chat. Capture card's doing its thing again. But like, damn, right? Like, I get it. I understand that the. There we go. Oh, hold on. Wrong server. I didn't want to like keep going through the roles without chat being able to see it. But yeah, like to a degree, it makes sense why they want to do that. I get it, but I still have to like criticize them in the sense that from my viewpoint, it is a tactical blunder on their part. Marketing wise, I don't think you need to like if Nasu doesn't want to like say what the future is, that's fine. But there needed to be some sort of announcement that there was a future. And when I say this, I mean entirely like the story. Okay. Obviously, the game is going to continue on as long as players are playing it. That's what Mr. Chu said. We've kind of known this would be the case, but the game's going to need a story for it to continue on. And I think therein lies the problem. It's almost like Nasu wants proof that like people still want this before he commits to spending more time on it. But at the same time, it feels like you're not going to get it, like unless you actually do commit to it. It's kind of a chicken and egg scenario, and it's like he wants the other one to go first, but we want him to reaffirm. So I think naturally, the longer the game goes on without any affirmation of a continuance of story, the more there's going to be problems on the player retention side. I think that's people can call that doomer. People can say what they want. That's just reality, chat. That's just the way things are going to be. In the same way that, like, if you look at any like live service game that stopped receiving updates, the population just naturally falls. It just is what it is. Whether or not this game continues to get substantive updates without story would be another interesting thing. Like, do we continue to get like events that the devs have made up without it being like much in the way of story relevance? Do they continue to put new characters into the game without that? Like, for instance, if you don't put new characters in, the gacha's going to dry up. It naturally just would have to, right? Players would finish their goals. Players would kind of get everyone that they want. And then they wouldn't really have any reason to roll new stuff. So you sit there and you go like, okay, yeah, that would naturally cause problems. And I think if you look at like the event side of things, like if there's not even at least like reruns of events, like what do people have to do then after that point? So naturally, I think like they've already committed to continuing things through Anniversary 11. So I don't think you have like short-term problems with that. But I think as you start to look long-term, yeah, I can definitely see player retention being an issue if, you know, pretty much by the time we get to Annie 11, if they haven't like made some sort of announcement, I don't think it's going to be looking good for the game. And like I said, I'm not saying this to be doomer. I'm saying this just from the realism standpoint. I think people don't like to hear it, so they call it doomer. But I don't think that's doomer. I think doomer is wanting the game to fail. Stating the reality of the situation is not. Now, this is why I want them to at least come out and say like, hey, yeah, we're going to continue things. Even if they don't commit to it being a part 3, even if they don't commit to like what the story is going to entail, what the characters are or anything like that. That I don't care. They just need to come out and like make a positive statement, basically. And I feel like that alone will tell people to like wait. But if they don't do that, it's like expecting someone to wait eternally, right? A whole year of event reruns, right? Like, I hope they don't do that. Obviously, that would naturally, like, I think the more veteran players would have issue with it. The newer players aren't going to have a problem with the old event reruns. They'd be like, oh, sweet. Even then, I feel like if it's like an older event, a veteran player will have like that nostalgia kick keeping them going. But there's definitely a point, I think, where if it's a less popular event or something that someone doesn't care about, they're not going to hang. They're not going to hang around and do that stuff. They probably need to drop like an interlude before the next major part. I've seen a lot of people say that. I can only express my personal feelings on such a subject. If they do that, it will feel like a gut punch because they already extended part 2's story, trying to drag it out with the whole ordeal call section. Like, I don't know if chat's aware of this, but they literally could have ended the story for part 2 with Lost Belt 7. And they talked about that. And they said, oh, maybe we'll continue on. If we continue on, I think I know how. That continuing on was ordeal call. So if they try to do an interlude before a part 3, you're going to feel like they're stalling even more. So that's kind of the issue, I think, at this point. People want there to be something new. Everyone's ready for it. Obviously, we got to give part 2 its time. And that's why, like, I'm saying, like, I don't mind them taking a little bit of time off. Like, if they want to take, like, the 6 months or whatever here, that's cool with me. But I do think they should be kind of making a formal announcement about the future. That is my take on things. Is that I'm okay with them having time off. I'm okay with them taking a little bit of time for remembrance. I understand what people are saying with that stuff. But I also think that it is a mistake not to make an announcement on the continuance of the game story. Even if you don't immediately jump into said continuance. Hasn't been any news on that front now for a while either. I mean, Extra Record's an interesting one. I don't know how involved Nasu is on that side of things. He might be. I think it's pretty blatantly obvious that Extra Record had some issues behind the scenes. Whether or not those issues were like Type Moon issues, or whether or not they were just normal developmental delays where things take longer than people expect, I couldn't tell you. But I think like we'll have to see on something like Extra Record. They did the absolute bare minimum for New Year's, man. It's confirmed for more story for me, but like only barely. Yeah, that's why I'm kind of like this isn't good. Like I'm okay with, trying to give it a they're really trying to push the like cathartic feel. And maybe the Japanese community is different from the English speaking community on this sort of thing. I couldn't tell you. I'm not that in touch with it. I'd have to go talk to people that are. Okay. But for me personally, I feel like it has its impact, and that's fine. And having a continuance of the story does not cheapen that. Like, from what I know that does happen, I don't honest to God get that like stance. Is the video feed broken? I hope not. Jack, can you guys see me? Yeah, you can get VAs in to record very quickly. It would be interesting to see, like, if they do a new chapter of the story, like, what would that look like? Would you be, stepping things up a notch technologically? It'd be very interesting to see. I've said this before, and I'll say it again, that if you're, finally, gold orbs. Holy cow. It's a caster. It's Caster Gill. Actually, don't know if I have NP5 Caster Gill on JP, so that is probably a welcome spook. There we go. But yeah, I think if they're going to make any changes to the game, technologically speaking, this is the time to do it. And that may be something that the devs intend to do. We've already heard them kind of making rumblings as such. Plus, the proof is in the pudding. If you guys haven't already noticed, the like actual like backgrounds and icons and everything, like the shading on all the boxes, the UI has been enhanced, which indicates that there have been some under the hood tweaks already that they have made. So I do think that's interesting. I want to see what they do more. I'd love to see them do something bigger and more grander in scale in terms of game enhancements, but we'll see. Maybe reboot the game to arcade style and have the data transfer? No, I don't think that'll ever happen. I know people would want that too, but I don't think that'll ever happen. It's such a monumental undertaking, and unfortunately, I think some of my skepticism of the devs has been proven correct now at this point. That at very minimum, I think for the past 2 years, I've been kind of saying that I didn't feel like they were actually cooking some stuff. I was hopeful that they were, and there were signs that they maybe were, but that there was also this like nagging persistence in the back of my mind that was like, hey, it looks like this just is what we get. Like it's not, oh, they're secretly hiding some major project behind the scenes. Maybe they still are, but I don't see why you wouldn't talk about it at this point. And again, I also don't know why you wouldn't make any sort of announcement at this point, and they haven't. So it is what it is. What about just arcade version, no data transfer? Also probably unlikely to happen. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of people that are upset about the New Year stream. I myself personally felt like it was disappointing, but I'm not going to sit here and keep like dogging on the New Year stream. The New Year stream was what they intended it to be. So, as long as you're aware of what that intention was, your concern shouldn't be what the New Year stream was. It should be instead, what is their plan going forward? And that's kind of what I'm focused on. So you just want to hold off until Annie? It's possible, Dudley. Really going radio silence is going to make other servers more hesitant to spend money on the game. Yeah, I do feel like the radio silence is a Type Moon thing. I don't believe this is Lasingle. I think Lasingle's kind of getting forced to be this way because Type Moon wants the story to be super impactful and doesn't want to reveal their intentions yet, right? That's fine. But yeah, I do think that is a mistake. Japanese gacha are not open to the world. Yeah, they kind of never have been. And I think playing things close to vest is what it is, but it's also not an excuse, right? Like, to say, oh, this is just the way things have always been doesn't necessarily make it the good, like, answer. Okay, that is all my tickets. I have 3 more, but we're not going to bother. We'll go into multis now. So basically, only Caster Gill from all of that. These rolls are not looking too great. The Mephisto was a bad sign. I did get to watch in the evenings when we had some downtime a little bit more Doctor Who chat. So got to meet a Dalek. What was the other species that came back? Exterminate. Yes. No, it was the big like people that wear like humans for skin. For Tsukihime remake release, people were losing their minds thinking Type Moon forgot the game. To be fair, we still don't have the second part of that. So people are already beginning to lose their minds again. Still waiting on that Mahoyo movie, by the way. I mean, and that's what I'm going to say. You guys got to understand, I think at this point, this is the way Type Moon has always been. We've been very blessed that, like, with FGO, things were flowing very quickly for years. And then obviously FGO got slower and they stalled things out. But, like, this is the way Type Moon normally is. Type Moon always just takes its sweet time. So I think FGO itself was the anomaly. The Slitheen, thank you. Which are technically not a species, they're a family. Nasi delays Red Garden every time someone asks about it, right? Nice. So only C's here. To be fair, UFO Table did confirm Genshin is still being worked on, so there's a hope for a 2030 release. That's like so wild to me. I feel like by the time a Genshin anime finally comes out, like Mahoyo will have been on its like 5th game since Genshin. Rexicora Cophalabatorius, yes. I had to remember how to say it myself. What episode am I on of Doctor Who? Like episode 9 or 10. What do you mean, CAD? They're already there? I know. I think at this point people want either a Woo or a ZZZ anime. And it's impossible to make an anime for something that's going to take years and anticipate the need years in advance. Like, they'd have to, like, use the anime as the progenitor of the IP. But otherwise, yeah. Logress is the ideal of Artoria, but not actually Artoria, right? No, it's actually Artoria. At least in the Nasuverse. Getting close to the season finale. Yep. Yeah, I mean, I could at least say that the New Year's stream was off from the standpoint that they didn't even really give Logress any attention. They didn't really talk about like the GSSRs or anything like that. So yeah, it definitely felt toned down. And that's what I'm saying. I've seen a lot of people try to be like, "Oh, CAD, you don't understand. It's because they're trying to give like the conclusion its moment." And I'm like, no, I do understand. I just disagree. Like, I understand the point is that they want it to have impact. I have disagreed with that stance for 5 years because that has been entirely why Nasu has been saying some of the stuff that he said. So it's like I've never liked it. I've never felt like it actually, like, it certainly has an impact. I understand that. I understand it's weighty. But I feel like the cost of that weight far outweighs the weight. Like, if we had taken a completely different stance, it would have been a lot better. Felt like here's your new SSR. Let's move on. Yeah, and I'm gonna say that as like a Saber fan, it definitely did not make me pleased with how that was handled. It felt like we ignored Artoria for the entire year, and they're just like, "Here you go." That's like, again, I hope they do something more with that. And he says, "Yeah, we're continuing this year." Like I said, I'm not concerned with an A. At least like I'll still continue to play an A. I still like an A, but NA will fare as JP does, I think. Saber? Oh boy. Clearly I've been listening to too much K-pop. Port Gas Donut. Thank you for the follow. Scammed, yep. I saw a lot of people theorize Olga and Logress were swapped for release dates. It would not surprise me. However, what is weird is that apparently somebody got pushed, right? To like Valentine's Day, so that's the one I don't know. To be honest, Logress feels more like a start of part 3 than the end of part 2 Servant. So I think she may appear later on, similar to how Artoria Avalon sometimes appears. I would hope so, because it would at least show a willingness to continue on with the Arthurian story, something that they have kind of just dropped like a bad habit, and I don't think that's good. I think the Arthurian story is somewhat central to the Nasuverse. They're giving me a choice of my spending choices until I start giving plans forward. Why spend unless I really want a servant? Yep. Oh, hold on, chat. I don't know why that got all boondoggled again. How can the Valentine servant be? That's just their words. So it's like, I don't really know, right? There was apparently a servant in the silhouette that did not make it. Do you think it might be your connector going bad? No, 0 chance. And I know because I've already had that thought once before and replaced it, and the performance was the same. This is just capture cards are fickle, chat. Trust me. They said the new servant will have a Valentine's for Valentine's 2026. Incorrect. They said the new servant was pushed to Valentine's, and they will also have a Valentine's as every other servant does, because they want to make sure that every single new servant still gets a Valentine's Day line. That's why it got brought up. So that's what's going to be interesting. About to reach Bond 15 with Castoria. Welcome to the club. 1 to 2 star command codes to give 5% damage crit against a specific class or attribute. We kind of have that. Didn't they say Solomon wasn't getting a Valentine's? Yeah, I think he's the exception. But they're just, when they say that, chat, keep in mind, they're referring to every servant that's come out since the prior Valentine's Day. Because in theory, every new servant, so like for instance, Olga would not get a Valentine's. So that's why they had to make such a statement. because they knew that would be important. Which I am going to say this too, chat. Despite radio silence, okay, because I know that is a negative subject matter. And let's be clear. Again, it's not doomer. It's realistic. It is the situation. But despite radio silence, I think there's some good things. And what I mean when I say that is that you guys naturally need to be confident that the game does continue from the standpoint that look at the performance of the finale. Look at everybody completing Ordeal Call 4 for the 1,000 Courts. They had a shit ton of people come back just to do that. So, you know, internally their metrics are making them go, oh fuck. Because now they're going like, yeah, the game is surging, not dying, right? So from their standpoint, that's a sign that they need to continue on. And that's why I'm saying, like, they know. They have to know behind the scenes that there is pressure there for them to do more. We spent a whole year farming for our favorite servants. I doubt they'll end the game so quickly. Yeah. Aniplex trying to drag Nasu back in now. I'm sure to a degree they are. McZombie, thank you for the follow. And if I didn't say it earlier, Shadow, thank you for the follow as well. They need to come with plans. I'll be honest with you, plans can wait. Plans can wait till they've solidified said plans. And that's what I was saying, is like my stance is simply that they need to make a formal announcement saying, hey, it'll continue. I've seen a lot of people say like, oh, but Mr. 2 said that like they're going to keep going as long as there's players. I'm like, yes, Mr. 2 did say that. Unfortunately, Mr. 2 doesn't dictate story if you like understand the way it all works behind the scenes. So he can make that claim and it be true. And Type Moon could also say story's done. And then you wouldn't have any. But I do think he may also be telling us that as a little bit of a sign. Because if you guys remember, there was some famous hullabaloo back at Annie 5 where Nasu basically got all doomer on us and said, the game is going to come to an end. He didn't say the game. He basically said, like, the Grand Order is going to come to an end. Okay. So that had everyone thinking the game's going to end. And Mr. 2 counteracted that by saying, we have plans through year 10. This is back in year 5. So that was him saying, yeah, Nasu's full of shit. We have at least 5 more years of this. This could be a similar scenario. This could be Mr. 2 saying like, look, we're going on a year-to-year basis here, but as long as you guys keep playing, we're going to keep making story for the game. So it is interesting to see. I just don't think you can expressly treat it as proof positive until we get some actual proof at this point. But I do think it is potentially a sign. May Lady Luck bless your double Saberface rolls, Cat. We'll see. Does Nasu ever tell the truth? Yes, when he wants to. Turns out most companies don't walk away from hundreds of millions of dollar profits. Very true, right? However, I will say, and this is like to FGO's credit, I think there's a lot of people that want to think FGO is like the scummiest of the scummy games and like only, rakes in the money and only cares about money. FGO is not like the other games. I'm sorry. I know there's some fans of other gacha games in the audience, but FGO is not like those other gacha games. How do we know this? FGO has numerously turned down opportunities to make more money simply by like making characters free that they know would have made bank. The classic example of this is you go back to Summer 3 and you look at who the welfare for Summer 3 is. which is Jerker. And you think if they had made that into an SSR, just how much money they would have made off of that. And this continues on throughout time. They do it numerous times over the years because they know that they're still going to make money off the way the gacha system exists. They don't need to squeeze you and nickel and dime you every 2 seconds. And that, I think, has been one of the big like benefits a little bit, is that it does seem like at least that the developers run the game in a less scummy way because of that. Yeah, FGO absolutely leaves a lot of money on the table. No collabs with other IPs for 10 years, the biggest proof. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I don't think they need to, right? Like, they have made a shit ton of money prior to that. And I'll be honest, if you asked me, could FGO do another 10 years with no collaborations and still make money? My answer would be yes. They need to manage it properly for that to happen. But could such a thing occur? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I don't see any problem with that. But she actually cares about servants and buffs, unlike certain big open world gacha games. I'm just gonna say at the end of the day, a lot of this to me is that like, realistically speaking, FGO seems to be story, character development, and lore first before like a lot of like gameplay and monetization considerations, which has been aggravating at times. Certainly a lot of sabers in this, just not the ones I want. They only reveal certain things to the leads, think it'll be disastrous for the game. I would argue even then sometimes they don't. Like, for instance, you can make a strong argument that not talking about the future of the game can be potentially disastrous for it here. But if they're thinking about that already, I don't know. This would be like the 5th time. Yeah, I mean, I've seen people say that like Nasu's going to step away. And to a degree, like his own words have hinted that he would like to, but I don't see him doing it. I just don't think Nasu has it in him. It's his baby. He can't not. And one of his examples with the Nito Alter release, yada yada yada, he thinks December was not a good month monetarily, so they released Nito Alter before she appeared on the story, spoiling everyone because they were greedy for money. Yeah, I mean, I've seen people before like make claims that, like, for instance, Muramasa came out when he did purely to make money because the game was failing. And I'm sitting there, it's like, we've had numerous claims like this throughout the years. It's just not true. Like, chat, allow me. FGO could lose money in every single month as long as they still had their like anniversary, like summer, like glut that they have every year, and they would still make money. That's something that people need to understand. Like, they could sell not a single other servant the rest of the year, and they would still have made money. The project would still be funded. It would still continue on. That's the ludicrous amount of money that they make, right? So, yeah, I just don't believe it. I'm sorry. I don't think FGO has ever once made any consideration as to the monetary aspect of things when it comes to when to release a servant. I think the only consideration that they make is that they want like a servant release to be impactful narratively and for certain events like anniversary and New Year's. I think that's the only considerations. This is going to be an MP5 session. If it's going to be, it needs to get going. I hope Aniplex account linking comes to NA soon. I know for a fact that Albert is aware of it because I asked somebody to bring it up to him. Whether or not it does happen, I don't know. I'm going to say something like that, chat, is out of Albert's hands, probably even. Because I assume, again, stuff like that has to be set up with people that know how and potentially with like JP's approval. But I do know that they are aware. If you think money was the reason, why do you think they did Nitocris Ultra like that? Right. Yeah, Nitocris Ultra is also a permanent unit, so I don't know that I agree with that stance at all. Yeah. A lot of this stuff too is like they don't realize that a lot of the servant releases are planned like a year in advance at least. So it's really funny to me. And I do think that's part of what's going on here, chat. There's probably a little bit of a powwow going on now post work for the finale. And to be fair, chat, it probably happened before the end of the year. Because they finished the work for the finale before releasing the finale, right? So I think they did that. I think they kind of just sat down and said, how do we approach things? What do we want to focus on? What's our schedule going to be like? So that's what I'm saying, is I think a lot of that's, oh God. Oh, Shiny Hassan. Okay. I think it's my first spook of him. Yeah. New servant to level. If they cared about money, I'm not going to say they don't care about money, but I think like money is like their fifth concern. It's not like in their top like 4 like priorities. Castoria is needed to make up for Olympus. Yeah, like I said, there's been a lot of that talk over the years, and again, it's like it's the claims like FGO is dying, right? We've been hearing that FGO is dying since Genshin Impact came out. And here we are celebrating, year 11 soon. It's like, I think FGO will not die, FGO will just kill itself. That will be the only thing. Either they will actually end the story, or the development will get so bad that people eventually quit. That's where I think the truth lies. I'd love to know how much money they make from merch compared to money they make in FGO. I'm sure they do make some. I also do feel like Aniplex completely like whiffs a little bit on their merch and how they operate. Like marketing at Aniplex is just done totally wrong. I feel like it always has, and this is regardless of FGO. I think like even regardless of Fate, Aniplex just does not handle their marketing very well. And that doubly so for merchandising. A shame they stopped the daily story single. Yeah, I'm going to hope that they bring that back. I'm really surprised that they did stop. Hopefully for something like 11th Annie it returns. Would it be good if more events were added to the main interlude section? Yes, 100%. They should make every event replayable. And that, again, chat, that may be something that we start to see here. We may see the devs say, okay, Type Moon needs a break. We'll let them go do their shit. While they're doing their shit, we're going to make like all the past work that we didn't have time to do. We're going to get it done. So you might see stuff like that. Again, you might start to see something like a hard mode or a like infinite challenge mode or something like that. Like the ability to refight like stuff. I think you could potentially see them doing work on the gameplay side of things that is irrelevant to the story. FGO makes pretty insane money for a gacha game. It does. Even at points where like FGO is like making piss poor money by its considerations, it's still like in the top 50 games. And I know people are gonna say like, "Oh, but Cat, that's awful." Like, it's like, yes, but then there's points where it's the number one game. So like, and to be honest, yes, there are 50 gacha games out there that are all making more than like $1 million, right? So it's like, is being like ranked 50th bad? Yeah, kind of, but it's also not like the end of the world. Players need another 1,000 cent cord stimulus to bring it back to life, right? If they did a lot of offline marketing in JP, though, yeah, I'm gonna say the marketing in JP is way better. Okay, for the game. I don't know if that's Aniplex handling that. If it is, good for them. That then maybe they actually do a good job in that one aspect. Will I do taco roll rolls too? I'll try, but it's gonna be difficult to fit everything in tonight. We may have to kind of segue into tomorrow's stream. One thing is when I see someone saying that FGO doesn't add quality of life, and I instantly know that person started playing 2 years ago at max. Yeah, I think FGO could be better about some of its quality of life, and usually it's someone that's disgruntled that they didn't add the quality of life that they specifically wanted, but it's not the end of the world by any means. And I agree. There's some points where people out themselves as not a real FGO player. Like, again, the people that sit there and claim that you can't save to pity in this game. And I'm like, yeah, no, you just suck. I'm sorry, that's the truth. Like, it is entirely a skill issue if you cannot save to pity in FGO. I understand why people don't want to, but if you're going to say that it can't be done, that is a skill issue. How much money do you think FGO needs to make to fund its development for a year? That's a good question. I'm sure development is probably more expensive than people realize, but I'd wager it's only a couple of million. Is the Korean Pretty Boy gacha game? Yeah. Was it Love in Deep Space? DZ, thank you for the resub, bud. How you doing today? Happy New Year to you. And Kemba, thank you for the gift of Fox. Wait, did Fox appear in chat and I have missed it? Ah, there he is. I was literally just about to get his comment. Hello, Fox. How you doing, bud? This is a slap in the face when I rolled 8 million FP and Gouda just for them to add the 100 spin a week later. Look, I tried to save y'all from that. I told y'all I ain't rolling here. Because it's coming. I got NP2 painlessly. Yeah, so far these rolls are not good. This is I'm hoping this does not turn out like Fox's rolls for his wife. I blame Spartan. I agree. He's probably lurking somewhere, so we can blame him. I'm still pulling for Takaru. Good luck. Okay, what if we just like kill the actual like game and reboot it? Let's refresh the seed. It can't get worse. Cause like we legitimately have seen 3 servants the entire time. And that's awful rate. Oh no, pity system incoming? Yep, we're gonna get pitied. Have I done my GSSRs yet? No. No, I have not. What servant is K-pop? They're referring to the servant that I call K-pop Saber, which is someone that's not even Korean. He's Japanese. It's God, why can I not think of his name all of a sudden? Suna, yeah, thank you. Please, please capture card. Can we stop? What is this aspect ratio? Yeah, we could just watch stream in squished mode. BB followed me to your stream, I guess. Indeed. To be fair, that's been happening since before you got here. I don't know why, but my capture card's just freaking out tonight. Did they change Salter's costume dialogue? That I have no idea. Did you have any update, like, to my computer? No, which is really funny because, of course, I sat down at my computer after not having touched it for 5 days, and it's like, your computer would like to schedule a restart. I'm like, why don't you just do it in the 5 days I was gone? Like, computer was inert for all that time. You could have literally just run it. What's K-pop? I'm not familiar. I see. Blessings upon you, Cog. I think this is your worst summon in a while. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's not like the worst thing in the world. It's just, yeah, this I feel like I haven't had a like bad turn in a hot second, so of course it had to happen here, right? Plus, I have all this free court saved up, so of course it's unlucky. I remember when I got Arc in P5 super fast with low Saint courts, then Lady Avalon takes me to pity. Yep. It's usually how the game works. Says, hey, some interesting luck you got there. Be a shame if I fucked it. We hate good ideas around here? That's right. At least I'm going to have NP5 of this Smash C. I haven't looked at it. Is it a good CE chat? New Year's tradition, terrible rolls. Usually for me, they're not that bad, but it is what it is. You win some, you lose some. It split stats. They'll learn one day. Like, nobody ever wants split stats. Even if you want HP on a CE, you want it to be all HP. Oh boy, a Lancer. Hey, what's up, Vlad? No one expects the Romanian Inquisition. I guess he impaled your summons. Yep. Like starting charge, overcharge, and MP damage. I feel like there's so many Cs around like Anniversary and New Year's that do that now. Hobo flat at that. I also got Taigong. That's not bad. Again, if you don't have him, especially, he's really good. And even getting additional MP levels of him is good. I think the big failure I last had was Tiamat. Only MP3 ran all my courts. Ugh. Maybe that's why he barely shows up. That's true. By the way, your Christmas Lotto event guide really helped out. Glad it did. Make sure you thank Avalon. He's the one that did a good chunk of the calculations for that. Actually, I think he did all the calculations for that one. Cad, did you find the final fight hard? No. No. Granted, I can see how someone might if they have not, like, granted units. Insane. Thank you for the resub, bud. Thank you for the 57. How you doing? Happy New Year to you, too. I still haven't forgiven Vlad for spooking me on Summer Melt banner last multi. Oof. Avalon MVP again? Yep. I really hate when they make the banners 5 and 4-star of the same class. It's always cursed because you end up getting spooked by whichever one you don't want. Like, even if you're after the 4-star, it gives you the 5-star constantly. And if you're ever after the 5-star, it gives you the 4-star constantly. You can't win. Raider Medusa's expressions are misaligned on an A for some reason. That's weird. I don't get that, but I mean, sure. New Saber sucking those courts. I mean, it be what it be. Sega made arcades, so it'd be perfect. I don't believe a Sonic the Hedgehog collaboration with FGO would be perfect. I believe it would be a terrible idea. And I'm not saying that to denigrate Sonic. I'm saying that just because these two IPs do not belong together. I do understand they've touched on similar points at times. Anyone watch the first episode of Sentenced to be a Hero? I don't know. I did see it when I was perusing the new anime. I haven't looked at any of the new season stuff. I think the only one I watched was MF Ghost because I have been watching MF Ghost. What's up, Sarth? How's it going, bud? Wait, what's that? Sonic is King Arthur in one of the games. I'm aware. I stand by my statement. Archery seems to be very stubborn under JP. It is what it is. What do you think of Microsoft Office's new name? It has a new name? What? How long have I been gone? Well animated, solid story. Okay. Ring of Ragnarok could be a cool collab. That would at least like you could just say like, okay, it's we just took their interpretation of this character. It's now Copilot app. Oh boy. Microsoft's gonna shit themselves down the bed soon. At this rate, Nas is gonna force an Expedition 33 collab. I don't know. I'm not gonna say it's not up his alley. I'm just curious as to whether or not he's played it. This is like the stuff that I wish Nasu would talk a little bit more about. It's like other gaming things. Phoenix Gintama, yeah. Cad, what about a Rent a Girlfriend collab? Why? Labubu collab chat, please. I have plenty of catalysts. That is not a problem. There's a very spoilery bamboo broom diary from Nasu when he was glazing it. Oh, okay, that's news to me. Cad put the faux hat on? Nope. Nope, we're not jinxing it, chat. My Little Pony. No. Just no. "50-50 chance of getting extra record trailer this year. Oh no. Need to get a Burger King crown and wear it? Nah, I'm good. I am absolutely fine. Ugh. No, I have not done my normal catalyst chat. If that's the reason, so be it. We still got a lot of courts. Thank you for reinforcing my decision not to pursue further gacha rules. I've always told you guys you can live vicariously through me. Collab for anything near related. I feel like near just collabs with everything anyways. Okay. Capture card came back really fast. Do the GSSR? Nope. He might hit pity. I very well might. Are you doing both JP and global GSSR or only global? I usually do both. Like, I'm gonna spend any money on JP. It's the GSSR makes perfect sense. What about Fate X Persona 5? I feel like Atlas stuff is pretty close. Like, you could fit it. I still like I don't I know some people salivate about the idea of outside characters. I really don't. I feel like if we get to that point that Fate is somewhat creationally bankrupt at that point. If you collab with P5, it's EOS, yeah. It's Takeru's second ascension. Eh. Yeah, I feel like Nier Automata's collabed with literally everything. And usually it's good, because people really like, the characters from Nier. Anyone see a Fate rendition of Arsene Lupin? It'd be interesting. Hayes, thank you for the tier 3. Appreciate it, my dude. Mr. Thoughts on Lord and Savior Glorious Logress? I actually haven't talked too much about her yet. Obviously we're rolling, right? Because I want her. But she's definitely a strong unit. I will talk more because I will do a video on her. I know it's way too late. I'm sorry about that, chat. It's just, again, real life getting in the way. Oh. Hello. I saw the red and I was like, oh shit. And then I forgot this card is red by default. Thank God. Rainbows too. I haven't seen non-pity rainbow in a while. Whew. Okay. Now we at least have her in P1. Admittedly, servant rate is still just absolute gutter trash on this.
サーバントセイバーロードログです。政権の導きに従い召喚に応じ参上した。これはあまたの王の結末、あまたの叶わなかった理想が修練した姿ゆえに名はなく騎士の時代、その象徴として戦いに臨みましょう。では改めて東王汝が私のマスターか。
Okay, chat, did you guys catch that? They definitely did something new with the expressions there. He turned her head in the expression. That is more of a, like, Tsukihime remake style of thing. So it's definitely nice to see it. It definitely is a good sign that they're going all out with animations and stuff like that, because obviously they don't have to do this. So like I said, again, I am going to indicate that this sort of thing is good for the game when they do this. Oh, answer. Please just don't be flat again. Okay, it's Parvati. Parvati's a good get. I don't think I have her maxed out. Oh, it's all good, Master. Like I said, Nightbot just sometimes shoots stuff. Dad, what's your favorite Ascension? It's tough. Honestly, and I'm dead serious. I actually think it is the third Ascension for me. It just legitimately looks like spruced up OG Artoria. So that is where it's at for me. I know there's a lot of people that are like, oh my god, the second Ascension. And you're right, the second Ascension's great. She'd be a great one to leave on random as well. But there's something that's just nostalgic about the third Ascension for me. That was floored. Yeah. That's what it is. If you got her on Kama's OG banner, I only have like NP1 Kama on JP. Logress basically Parvati altar. Yeah, I hate to say it, but I honest to God do think this is true, especially with the second Ascension. This is gonna sound like insane to some of you guys, but as a Saberface fan, I've watched how she has been treated over the years. Logress almost feels like an apology. It really does. It almost feels like yeah, we did kind of do you dirty in the end. And that's what I think is going on there. I'm an FGX Fairy Tale collab. Like I said, I'm just in general, I don't think I'm like the biggest fan of external collaboration. Like they can do them if they want. I just don't think it's going to be good for the game. Except for high heels, who wears high heels to battle. Who cares? It's fantasy. If you're gonna get upset over high heels, you gotta get upset over bikini armor, you gotta get upset over obnoxiously large weapons that nobody can actually wield. Like, it is what it is. I feel like FGO doesn't need collabs. It shouldn't. Yeah, I don't think chat's trying for very many song request catalysts here. Saberface feels like an overstep servant, just like Metal Lancer. No, I don't agree. The reason I don't agree is because there are natural limitations to this unit that to one degree, I'm actually kind of upset that they didn't do a little bit stronger with Logress. Um, as much as I like her and like her kit and like what she can do, I am at least a little bit miffed over the fact that like they didn't make her more usable with other alternate setups. She is very restricted as to like support setups in that regard. And that's where I think you're gonna see there's a lot of people that are using her in like multiple damage dealer setups. That's fine. But yeah, I sit there and I look at that and I'm like, come on, guys. You could have just made this ever so slightly better. And it probably wouldn't have broken the unit any more than it already is either. What's skill leveling priority for Tiamat? Ooh. Is the second skill the 50% charge? You want to go with the 50% charge first. And then honestly, the third skill is what's actually going to enable Black Grail looping. So you want that Lord as well. Is it one? Thank you. Yeah, I pretty much always go with the battery first. But yeah, it's not that Logress isn't strong. She is, but they put a limitation on her. And that is my complaint, is with other broken ass units, they don't put limitations on them. And it is something that I'm somewhat aggravated by because it keeps happening to the Saberfaces. Like, specifically the Saberfaces. And that's where I'm starting to get like, okay, fuck off a little bit. It's like, for whatever reason, whenever they release a Saberface, they'll make them strong, but they're worried about the strength of the Saberface. And then somebody else just goes ham on another unit, and it's like they're not worried at all about the constraints. And I think it's also because they want the unit to sell well, and they know that a Saberface will sell well regardless. Apply Knight of the Round Table trait skill. That would be awesome, honestly. I would have also liked if her Noble Phantasm had just been like the Knights of the Round charging in and murder hoboing everyone. Logress does get EP, yes. Ironically, would have her synergy with Morgan. Mm-hmm. I did get to see, I think Avalon was showing me the hilarious interaction that she has in the one advanced quest with Rasputin, where like it's just an infinite feedback loop. Yeah, the guts thing. They should buff Charlie's MP so that he also summons his paladins to murder hobo someone, right? Like, I feel like that'd be really awesome. Like, I I understand they don't want to like make it too OP, and that's cool. I'm just talking about the aesthetics here. Like, I think that's literally all like any of the fans of these characters want, is they want to see like Arturia, they want to see Charlemagne, they want to see Iskandar, they want to see like any of these various leaders like charging out with like their entire army behind them, because it would just be badass. Charlie summons the weapons. Yeah, which I would be real, kind of lame. Like, at least animation wise. I understand like the significance of it, and I do get it. It's just like I feel like they could have done something a little bit better in his case. Or at least like mix it up with different ascensions. But I also understand they don't want to, spend too much on any one unit that is not named Mellison. Because apparently Mellison was the development cost of 3 servants. And it's really funny to me because they sit there and say that, and I'm like, you guys should probably never say that part out loud. Like, you're just gonna upset people that are not like obviously if you're a Mellison fan, it's great, right? But if you're like sitting there like, man, my servant can't get an animation update, and then you're like, dirt, like, we got this servant that we spent 3 servants worth on. Everyone's like sitting there going like, what the hell, man? So it's just one of those things where it's like, they can do it, just don't say it. Like, what's his name? Shinsengumi guy can do it. Damn, Guda Guda. Bias, indeed. Mel is the mascot of FGO2. I mean, certainly in terms of budget, right? Like, I look at that stuff and I go like, okay, who's making the choices here? Like, no. Nelson's animations aren't even that crazy. They are when you consider the fact that like she has multiple different sprites, she has multiple different costumes, like they went all out on her basically. I do think Mel's not the only servant to get that kind of treatment though. That's just the example we have because they specifically did talk about it. Like again, if we look at Logress, I'm sure her animations are not cheap. I am sure she costs way more than doing any number of other units, right? She has a red costume no one uses, yeah. Never underestimate the ability of devs to shoot themselves in the foot with their mouth. Well, and the reason for this why is because you have to put yourself in the dev's shoes. Devs are like people that are like really proud of their work. They want to sit there, they want to talk to you about it, like, oh yeah, like isn't it so cool? And again, like some people will agree with that, right? However, they often forget that in their line of what they're doing, that like they're talking to a bunch of players that are like rabid and hungry for information and news and stuff like that. And so it's like, yeah, that's how they do stick their foot in their mouth sometimes. Um, I think the problem lies on both sides. Like I've heard developers complain that like players just don't get it. And they are right. There's definitely players that just absolutely refuse to acknowledge the realities of development. But there's also developers that are just actually tone deaf and don't think before they open their mouths. So it definitely goes both ways. Yet at this rate, NP5 not looking good. Dad, is this K-pop? Is that what you're showing me right here? Minus 2,000 courts calling it, pretty much. Accidentally NP8'd a Koyan with 400-ish Saint courts. Jesus. That doesn't sound accidental, though. Two minerals back to back. This banner's just not being kind to me. I'm here. What else did you expect? It's all good. I just I didn't even notice it because I've gotten so used to hearing K-pop now through the girlfriend. But like the way I noticed it was like literally I could see the edge of the video and I just see like Korean people dancing in the woods. And I was like, hold on, what the hell? Are you gonna spend if you have to? I hope I don't have to. Not with this much quartz. Eh? There we go. Okay. That helps. There we go. There's NP2. Oh, you can see the video for our song request, CAD? Yes, unfortunately. Yes, I unfortunately do. At least you have NP2, indeed. That's a lot faster than the first one came around, so I'm thankful for it. Hopefully now subsequent copies don't take so long. I like having my war chest. I'd like to hold on to it. Is Logress going to take the spot if your Grand Saber still going with OG? She'll take it at least until I can, like, Oh, sorry. OG Saber will take it at least until I can get Logress up and online, and then I'll make an evaluation from there. K-pop Catalyst, it did indeed work. Avenger. Oh, hey, what's up, doggo? Yeah, we got some doggers. Gonna get some CAD taps. K-Droth Demon Hunters, please God. I still haven't seen it, by the way. A CAD a list? That's right. What song was that? Oh, I'm sure, Aniko, you can ask Mega for the link. Guy doing the Toy Story meme with OG Saber? No. Grands are you have to pick one, right? But support lists I don't have to. Support lists like chat, now I can sit there, I can have Logress, I can have Artoria, and I can have like my 116 Salter just sitting there. Which Salter's gonna be stuck at that until I can bond her more. I do have enough like copies basically to take her to 120. I just have to bond a bit more. Which is part of the reason why I've been using Salter on JP. Right now you're averaging 1 Logress per 450 Sandcourts. Joy! What a great, fantastic rate that is. Ugh. Feels good, man. Buster 1 female or Buster 2 female? Well, which one do you need more? Be bond 11 if you only have one append. I'm trying to remember because I think I do have NP5 for NJP. I think, right? Like bond 20 win. It'd be a very interesting idea to see if they would let us eventually expand the bond cap. Obviously, like again, back when they were talking about it, back when they did implement the bond overflow, I'm just like, yeah, it's not happening, guys. Maybe at some point in the future they let go of that, but we'll see. And that's I think like if you're not gonna make a story thing, I think one of the things I would like to see, like if you're not gonna make a story announcement, is like let's get like a dev diary on the JP side of things. Let's hear from Mr. 2 on what it is the devs are gonna be looking at doing in the interim. I feel like that'd be cool. Like you don't have to like give us specifics, but like at least give us some ideas as to like what your plans are here in the like interim or short term. Did someone call me? Yes. It was probably though one of those like spam calls. I don't need either, but I don't have Cuckoo, but I could use NP2 Morgan. Yeah. Agreed then. I usually default to, if I'm pretty even between the two, it's like, which one gives me the best chance of success? San, yep. Well, in order for Mr. 2 to become Mr. 3, we have to have a confirmation of part 3, right? Waifu has Bondo greater than meta. You're not wrong. You think they'll increase the max level of servants up to 150? Now? No. I mean, like, maybe at some point in the future, but, like, I think considerations like that are off the table for the moment until they decide on what their plan is for the future. Mr. 299. Mr. Worldwide. 11 Logress copies next multi, calling it. That'd be great. Go ahead and do that. I mean, heck, I'd love a double. But yeah, chat. Rolls are definitely going to continue for the rest of this stream. I'm going to say come back tomorrow as well, and we'll be doing rolls. What if Valentine's event is all about taking MASH on a date? I mean, maybe. Probably not touch anything with coins until they rework the coin system. I don't think they're going to rework the system. I think the system is what it is. I think they'll... Where I think they'll stop caring so much about coins is when they have a new, like, unfortunately, scum treadmill. Something else to extract money from people. Yeah, so by now, if we were on pace, we should have had our third copy. We are still behind. We're even, like, even if I were to roll the third copy right now, we're behind for the third copy. Oh. Slightly. They should just give it and do paid skins. I mean, I get a lot of pushback when I put that idea out there. I get why people don't want it, right? Paid skins, though, at least. It is an easy way for the game to make more money without them having to resort to other shitty tactics. So I think that's where, like, if you ask me, like, if the alternative is paid skins versus another system like the coin system, I would take paid skins. Dear God. At least we get benefit out of it. Super Mary Annie. Different color card borders. Yeah, I mean, I would like to see more ways that you could customize your servant to be yours. I know, like, Arcade had the unique way of, like, changing the actual, like, color scheme of a servant. I'm less of a fan of that because I thought a lot of them just looked bad. But I do think the idea is somewhat on the right track, which is that, like, you should have the ability to customize a servant more to your liking, to your, like, play style. Really, battle passes are better? No, fuck battle passes. I hate battle passes so much. I mean, again, I'm not gonna say that like free skins better than paid skins. Obviously, it's just, to me, paid skins are one of the better ways of monetizing your game, assuming the skins are fairly priced. I think that is the issue. Is when you have people that are charging like $50 per skin. I'm like, no, you guys can screw yourselves. That's not okay. Like, to me, skins should be like $10 or less. And I think like $10 is like a really elaborate skin. Master skill that changes AoE and P to single target or vice versa. No, that's too dangerous. Does JP still get advanced quests? No, not really. I think there's... Yeah, no. I don't think they've gotten any in a long time. Nikkei? Yeah, I think from everything I've heard about Nikkei skins, they're way too expensive. I get it, but I think it's like, yeah, you actually would sell more if you priced them cheaper. What did League do, a $500 skin? Yeah, I'm sorry, it's just patently absurd. Like, I think I've bought like a $45 skin in League, and I still kind of regret it. Dad wanted to eventually finish them. I mean, they may in the future at some point. Gold orbs, please be a saber. You're not a saber. You're an old, crusty man. Oh, hi, Caskill again. Fancy meeting you here twice. But a nickel for each time, it wouldn't be a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice. Random animations, all that. The cheaper 2D skins are around 10. Yeah, I feel like $10 is a good price. I feel like, you know, like $15 is really pushing it. Anything beyond that, I'm just like, this shit's just not worth it. It's a hose job. Doesn't mean you don't like the skin and that it's not beautiful, but it's a hose job. And I've seen people try to justify it before, try to say like, oh no, like the dev put so much work into this. And I'm like, no, they didn't. No, they didn't. Oh. That modeler took the base skin, changed it around a little bit. Took him like 2 days, and it was one dude. I mean, I say that there's probably a lot more to it, but it's still like the sheer cost and like labor and stuff. It's like it's nothing, nothing. It's a drop in the bucket compared to how much they actually make off of it. Saving 2 years straight for Logress. Let's go. Damn. Is that the Yu Yu Hakusho opening? Yes. Caskill is a crusty old man, though. Probably at this point. Gil is cucking you? I don't think Gil can cuck me. Like, quite literally, Artoria would just always say no to Gil. That one young Moriarty skin? Wait, which one? Gil isn't a consent kind of guy? You're not wrong. But there's 3. Okay, so we're a little bit behind. Average is getting better. Almost normal right now. Almost, chat. I need another copy around 1200 quartz for that to be normal rate. She heard you shit talking, Gil. Yep, that is a catalyst in and of itself. And yes, while Gil is not a consent type of guy, consider as close as Gil has been, Gil never has. Because each time something has interfered, which I'm just going to say at this point is also a Gil trait. $1,200 Keck W. Yep. Congratulations, Cat. Thank you, Cal. Appreciate it. We are at NP3, correct. Archer isn't? Yeah. This has been your CAD PSA, Artorias. Just say no to Gil, pretty much. No means no. Yeah, I think the append system is done. They'd have to come up with a new use for serving coins. I swear this roll stream will be the longest. No. No, I've had roll stream. The longest roll stream I ever had was OG Lartoria rolls, and it lasted for like 3 days. It was bad. Hope all the servants this year have Logress' animation budget. That'd be amazing, right? Thank you, Aniko. Yellow's people who are not people, apparently. I mean, you're not wrong. At least in the Aikido sense. 3 days, huh? How much did you spend? That was 1980 for NP1. For un copy. Did I do my FP rolls? No. That was a min roll. That's horrible. It is. This is why, like, if I don't... Chat. Whenever my rolls go bad, I will complain a little bit, but if I don't look like I'm a super broken up, that is why. I have seen how bad the gacha gets numerous times. It's not a new thing to me. I kind of go in expecting it to happen. And that's why I'm always so excited when it doesn't treat me bad. Because I'm like, oh wow, this doesn't happen. Old FGO rolls or something, yeah. Can't be worse versus no pity, yep. Got an entire skin only to remove the makeup off his eyes. Huh? I mean, we've had skins that added glasses or dog ears or whatever, so it is what it is. PP Puro, thank you for the follow. You remember the before pity times? Yeah. I'm happy that like more and more of the like game doesn't remember that. Like most of the community is getting to the point now where I feel like people have either just forgotten or they weren't around for it, which is thank God, right? Like because that truly is where FGO earned its moniker as like one of the worst gacha games in that sense. Once we got the pity system, I do think it really was the start of the game getting a lot better in terms of like the gacha system. I'm not going to say the game's perfect. There's still some quality of life I'd like to see in the gacha system, but it's a lot better knowing that there is a safety net. How come I yell spark when I see you draw a saber? I'm also like wondering if I'm actually going to get one of the silvers to go gold. It did happen already in the stream. It just was Watanabe. We got that. It's not tuna. Took me 2 years to get Castor in. I went to pity to get her. Yeah. Yeah, I remember having like 900 quartz saved up on JP for Muramasa and thinking like, oh, this is enough. I'll probably get him, and I got nothing, and that was the end of my rolls on JP. Had to go home empty-handed because it was before pity, and you're just like sitting there, just like, damn, that just sucks because you're sitting there and you're like, if I had rolled after pity became a thing, I would have at least had one copy. Is MP1 John Archer not useful at all? No, she's quite good. She's still really, like, John Archer's still really a good looper. The big problem you're going to have with her is damage output. You can still do a lot at MP1. The problem I think a lot of people will say is they'll tell you to either get Durga or they'll tell you to like make do with someone like Zenobia that's, you know, a 4-star that you can maybe get more copies of. But still a very solid looper. My recommendation is try to run her with the best damage craft essence you can at that point, because the refund is usually not her concern. If you loaded up your archer class score, yeah, that'd definitely help. It is weird though. I wonder, like, are they gonna do anything with class score now after the fact? You guys know I have my theories as to the expansion of that system, but otherwise we're just getting like the Stardust basically with the Stardust and the extra unlockers with nothing to do with them, and it's like, huh, that's intriguing. I have MP1 John Archer and she loops very well. Right, yeah. Like I said, the looping is usually not the concern for it. It's going to be the damage output at MP1. And that's why I recommend something like Black Rail if you can manage it. Okay. Okay, Mineral. I see you. Okay, now I kind of have to let the song stay. I kind of have to let the song stay, chat, because we're now back on track. Let it go. Let it go. If chat doesn't skip this, I will skip the next song for you. How about that, chat? Because it technically violates my rules anyways. Congratulations on MP4. Yep. Now we got a shot, chat. Now we got a shot. At minimum, even if the last copy takes me to pity, I could potentially scrounge up enough courts to get that last amount. Okay, Burning fucked you guys. Now you guys gotta listen to this instead, which is just worse. I warned you. I did warn you. I was gonna skip it under the grounds of it's the same song twice. AI was a mistake, it was. Chat, your RAM is $900 for this. I don't even know what he's saying. There we go. Oh no, we have 900 courts. Chat, we're gonna get MP5. The question is the pain level. I said it to you? Yeah, sorry, I didn't see. That means I saved just enough. Blame Cody for this shit? I mean, you're not wrong. Cody is the one that set this trap. I mean, it's more impressive that they actually made a video for it that is Donald Duck doing all of the Elsa stuff. I can't even request a skip. I know, it's because Burning used the skip. And again, the goofy version was not that bad. At least not compared to this. Having NP4 and 441 worlds is 72% probability. Okay. YouTube chat's really missing out. No, I think YouTube chat's taking the W on this one. They're not being subjected to this. God! What? Horrible day to have functioning ears, indeed. It's so bad. What is not blessing my ears? It is the AI version of Let It Go sung by Donald Duck. Just ban me, let the pain stop, yeah. The person singing this will need something for their throat. That's the thing with AI. Nobody actually sang it. So this is the meaning. Is this the meaning of a terrible night to have a curse? Kind of the polar opposite. Some normal music to cleanse my soul, which is hilarious because obviously most people wouldn't consider this normal music either, right? Most people are dumb. I unmuted. Chat said it's over. Are they lying? Yes. The streamer would never lie to you. Castlevania does tend to have some good music, so yeah, fair enough, Cad, fair enough. Like I said, Archer. Oh, hi Zenobia. Mine on JPNP5? I don't know. We'll have to see. What the heck? Hi, Marie. I feel like I still need to roll like 3 more SRs, though, for this to be on average for them. My homies, yep. Just come to avenge Marie land. Now, after all the story is done. Why are we blaming Cad when one of our own betrayed us? Yeah, 100%. To be fair, I could have saved chat from that. I could have skipped it. I just also have a tendency to operate by my own rules unless chat does something exceptionally egregious with song request. And while that was bad, I did say that I would skip the next song if you chose not to skip this one. So now instead, chat is on cooldown and can't skip anything. Whereas in my version, I would have rewarded chat by saying I'd skip it for them and they'd still have their skip. Be able to skip anything. It was quite foul. Yes, it was. Chat needs to learn their lesson. I'm just saying, I am surprised how often you guys fall for that on the song skip thing. It's pretty clear that people do bake in a like bait song to get you to skip, knowing full well that you won't be able to skip the actual problematic one. I set a trap for chat and they clearly fell for it. Yeah, they did. And Jay, thank you for the 72. Appreciate it. The fuck are the ads? I don't know, man. Like I said, Twitch be doing things. Let me know if it gets worse, though. Because I haven't changed my ad settings in over a year, I think. Cad's a masochist. He wanted to hear it, too. No, I just had to live by the sword and die by it. I had to literally go with what I said I was going to do. If someone had skipped it beforehand, I might have, like, before I made the statement, I might have bailed chat out, admittedly. Bernie went to bed when he did the skip, apparently. I don't blame him. We're getting the Vengeance of Marieland, hosted by Venger Marie. You have called it into existence. If they did more stuff with Marie Adventure, I feel like that'd be pretty cool. But I think we're gonna get some next year on an A anyways. You're giving Twitch chat too much credit, Cat. I doubt chat is playing 4D chess with music. You say that. I've seen it happen multiple times already. I never have ads in Twitch app and Android. Interesting. Mobile's weird. That's all I know on that. Pretender? Hephaestion? No. Tlaloc. Again. Oh. Chat, this has nothing to do with Tlaloc as a character, but Tlaloc on JP has spooked me so many times. At least I think. Or am I thinking of an A? The city needs you. Tenochtitlan. Writer again. What? Maria. Okay. Chat, you can't tell me that FGO does not have like seeding with regards to their roles. Like, I know it's supposed to be random, right? But ain't no way. I know, obviously, Shizuki, Will as a welfare have 2 times experience thing, but do you remember if Alice and Aoko have experience rate up as well? They don't. The 2 times is only for welfares. Remembering cuckoo rolls? I think I am. The homies. So much gold. It happens. It's better than the min rolls I was getting earlier. She likes you. Marie and I have a contentious relationship. Is Berserker Huion our thickest summer unit? Thickest? No. No. I mean, like, I think the jury's out on what you would call that, but at the end of the day, I think that probably belongs to Ibuki. We must sacrifice Marie for the last copy. We do not need to sacrifice Marie. Chad, who's the most ridiculous conceptual servant? Like currently released in the game? Hmm. Of all gacha games, is FGO the best? I don't know. I like it. That's all that matters. Conceptually, yeah, nursery rhyme might actually be one of the weirdest. I'm just trying to think. Bunyan by lore. Bunyan is probably the furthest departure from the original rendition. Probably. But I don't know. Voyager 2. Okay, Voyager. Yeah, you're not wrong. There's a lot. Voyager makes sense, kind of. The only issue is you're taking in it, like, same thing with nursery rhyme. It's like you're taking in an inanimate object and you're making it into a servant. I think in the same way you could argue like Jack the Ripper, right? Where it's like it's the concept of it rather than like whether or not there was an actual like person. Oh, yeah. Pollock is a city. Yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff. Although, and I'm gonna say this, at the end of the day, I like that. I actually like that Fate has characters that are like way out there, right? And it's not something that's just always the same thing. Like, you know, Fate has a lot of gender bends in it as well, and it's like, but there's also times where you would think they would and they don't. So I'm okay with it. I'm okay with them just, you know, keeping things fresh and original and not like always playing by the same rules. I see Mega isn't the only person song requesting K-pop. Give us the Statue of Liberty servant then. I mean, that's at least interesting. And I feel like you could. You could say that like she was an inspiration to people, right? And their desire for liberty and freedom. They ever gender bent a female to male? That's a good question. I don't think so. And I think if you look at it logically, it makes sense as to why not. Which is that part of the reason to gender bend males to females is so that they have more female characters. Uh Especially with a game that's usually going to be revolving around someone's like feats of like combat and prowess and stuff like that. It's like it makes sense that they need to like find alternatives. Otherwise, the game would be like 90% male due to literally like most of recorded history being about men. And so it's like you could look at it from the equality standpoint of like, hey, maybe it makes sense. Oh, look, chat, there's my bookended Mephisto. Maybe the bad rules are over. Zenobia again. The hell? We have Galatea for that. Eh. I'm still waiting on new summer mail servants. I mean, eventually, maybe. Oh, yo. Hold on, chat. It's my jam. I need some, like, rustling bushes. Deku Palace Banger. Yep. Is that MP5 Zenobia? I don't know. I'll have to check after this, like, what MP levels I have of everything. Because, admittedly, with 2 servers, it's hard to keep track. My favorite Zelda game? It's my favorite as well. I really like the time mechanics in it. Though I do also understand, because, like, I have multiple people that I know of now that, like, basically get, like, time anxiety from it. And I completely understand why that's a thing. Because even me enjoying the time mechanics, I get frustrated by them at points where I'm like, ah, crap, I don't have enough time to finish this, like, to finish this temple. Let me go, like, run back and, like, reset time again. They do anything for another Zelda game with a similar gimmick? Yeah, I really liked it. Pretender again, please, please. Oh, god damn it. Someone wants to take me to Mexico, chat. Alec loves you. Yep. City in the Sky. We finished watching Castle in the Sky the other day. It was really good, by the way. I know I had told chat that we had started watching it. It's interesting because I've watched, obviously, now Miyazaki's like newest movie, and Castle in the Sky is one of his oldest. So it's interesting to see the like comparison of the two and just how much like his style has evolved. Have I seen The Cat's Return? Nope. Mexico City likes you, I guess. Oh, I said Pretender should just pretend to be the rate up servant only to break into Pretender. Right. I actually feel like that'd be really cool. I know it would be salt inducing, but at least for content purposes, I would love it. Because the amount of like extra malding clips that I would get, and like you're still getting something, so it's not the end of the world. But the amount of like insane clips that you would get from that are great. Link Between Worlds, interesting. My bias wants me to say Wind Waker. Nothing wrong with having a bias, right? It's the same thing where like people are like, what's the best Final Fantasy game? Any long running series, I think it's a-okay to basically have a like favorite, right? Final Fantasy X, same. I feel like gonna sound awful, but I feel like Final Fantasy X should be a required playthrough for everybody that's a fan of the series with the newer Final Fantasy games. Do you have MLB Mud Rain on either account yet? I have it on both. I actually had MLB Mud Rain on JP before I had MLB Black Grail, which is hilarious and sad. I'd love Wind Waker more if it didn't take you so long to get the fast travel song. I mean, I get it, right? I understand why games make unlocking fast travel a little bit of a thing. Spirited Away. I've seen Spirited Away and Howl's Moving Castle. I was gonna say Nazca, I think, is the oldest one. But I haven't seen Kiki's Delivery Service or Secret World. Best 3D Fallout game. Oh, those are fighting words. I have an unpopular opinion, and I'm about to spill it on chat. The best 3D Fallout game is Fallout 4, just simply because of the more modernized capabilities of the game and modability of it. But I do understand the desire for things like New Vegas and Fallout 3. But keep in mind, too, I also just love Bethesda games as a skybox experience. Sorry, sandbox, not skybox. Gold orbs. Golden red, chat. It's golden red. Here I was hoping it would be over. Girl gonna take all my course, chat. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some logic to saying people should have to play the older Final Fantasies as well. The reason that I say that people should have to play Final Fantasy X is simply because it is considered to be the mastercraft at that point. It's the last of the original styles, and it was them at their peak. So that's why a lot of people say. Imagine getting OG. I would laugh, honestly. I wouldn't even be upset. I would just laugh. Because that's the type of shit that would only happen to me. Because it has multiple times before. I tried 13, I didn't really like it. I get that. 13 is an interesting thing. I feel like 13's got some pretty terrible character development, but I do really like it in the end. I think the gameplay as well should have just been way more fleshed out. But I'll still take I've gained more appreciation for 13 given the experience that was 15. All the Final Fantasies have their place. I wouldn't try 13 and beyond personally. Yeah, and when I say this, I agree with that statement, but I'm not including things like Final Fantasy 11 and 14 because they're MMOs. So it's of the actual single player Final Fantasy games, I kind of agree. I think Final Fantasy kind of stopped being good realistically after 12. I think 16, to its credit, I think 16 at least gets the story elements correct. I think it's purely the gameplay that's the problem in 16. So I'd say 16's the closest they've been to being back. But you get Lartoria? I cannot. She is limited. Guy directing the Final Fantasy VII remakes, and Final Fantasy 13 was his first game. Honestly, like Final Fantasy VII R, I'd say is the closest they've been to being back. The problem is the second game is just not it. And that was what I was worried about. So, unfortunately, when they come out with the conclusion to the game, I don't know that I'm going to play it unless I get like a key for free. I don't have faith in them not screwing it up again. I dropped the game because I got bored with it, and I heard from multiple people that like playing through the second iteration was awful due to the mini games. For me, the issue with 16 was there was no point in exploring. Yeah, I kind of agree. There's the first too many issues. I feel like the first has the right idea and just is way too small and cooped up and is a little bit clunky. But I feel like if they had refined that with the second game, it could have been amazing. And yet they kind of went away from it and just absolutely rammed the game full of like tchotchke things to do and made it as like monotonous and boring as possible. The fights to the crystals played exactly like a 14 dungeon. Yeah, and that makes sense if you think about it, Epi, because obviously the creators of 16 were the Final Fantasy 14 team. And I don't hate the 14 team. I have a lot of appreciation for Final Fantasy 14. But I think one of the biggest problems that 14 has is that they get way too like stuck in their ways and they don't want to like take risks. And what works, and they just go with that. And I do feel like that's a lot of what is the problem with 16 too. They just wanted a win. So the scenes I was flabbergasted they even got greenlit. Yeah, I haven't heard too much on the story of Rebirth, other than that it's not good. But again, that is what it is. Not liking the cramped feeling it has. I personally liked it. And I think when I say like a game's cramped, I think my problem was that you didn't have a lot of like freedom to move about the world. I don't mind a theme park style game though. Final chapter it was so BS that it just ruined the entire story. Yeah. Just quit, Cad. You're not having any luck. Why would I quit? We're gonna get MP5 eventually. Like what? Like getting the fourth copy secured this for me. I'm really surprised by that. I just really don't want to go to pity on the fifth copy. That would kind of suck. '16 should have just been like 5,000 times more action, like, or not action at all. Yeah, to me, they tried to do the Devil May Cry system, and it really does feel like just a dumbed down version of it. At least from what I've seen of people playing Devil May Cry 5. Also, a lot of scenes feel very weird from what they were in the OG. That bothers me immensely. Yeah, everybody that I know that has played the original Final Fantasy VII and gone to play the new ones has had a lot of nitpicks about the story, and that's the best way to put it. I feel like I know one or two people that like it, but even they have like words to say about how it was handled. Whereas like the majority have, at least that I've talked to that have played the original, do not like the way the story is trending. A pity for MP5, but MP5, right? Just get Yoko Taro to make Final Fantasy 17. He'd make that feel, he'd make us feel the final in the name. Honestly, again, it's the same deal. It's like I'd love to see like Yoko Taro and Nasu like collaborate. I feel like it'd be amazing. Or like Nasu and the Atlas guys. Like there's a lot of like Japanese collaborations that I feel like if they would actually team up, they could make the greatest thing ever. I've had my fill of parallel timeline meta plot stuff infecting stories. I didn't already have them. Yeah, I kind of agree. Like, I'm okay with like alternate dimension stuff and things, but I feel like unless it's handled well, people just like unless it's handled well, it's like you basically are treating your audience like they're stupid, and it's not a good thing. Baby's first action game is because they didn't want to isolate Final Fantasy fans, so they made it but easy. And I get that, but at the same time, it's like I think that's the issue. If you don't want to isolate Final Fantasy fans, that should already just tell you that you know that you're not making a game for Final Fantasy fans. There's your problem, right there. You're making a Final Fantasy game for people that aren't fans of the series. That sounds like a dumb idea. Just saying. Oh, song request skip. Ooh. Ba-ba. Final Fantasy is one of my favorites, but I do think some people are ignoring all the silly shit in the original. But story-wise, yeah, there are story issues. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna say that there isn't like crazy, wacky stuff in the original. Like again, like Cloud literally like cross-dresses in the original, right? So it's like, I get it. But I'm also gonna say at the end of the day, I think it's like there's something to be said about, hey, we're making small changes, and there's something to be said about, hey, we are changing the entire story. And I feel like when you're going to change the entire story, you better not miss your mark. It better be damn good. And I feel like that's the issue, is a lot of people don't feel like it is. Oh, come on, game! Now you're just trolling. Now you're just trolling. Frickin', it's not a Saber roll session without a Sumanai. Yeah, I mean, if you guys like the remake, it's fine. Don't let me ruin it for you in that regard. I just know there's a lot of people that don't feel the same. I feel like them trying to please everyone and it pleased no one. Yeah, I do agree with that. It's like, if you're going to do something like this, just have the balls and go for it. But at that point, to me, and this is where I think I have a big issue with it, don't call it a remake. It's not. You're not remaking the game. It's not the original game. Just like call it Final Fantasy VII 2. And just be like, hey, same characters, different story. Like, I feel like that's kind of the issue with it, is their branding for it was always duplicitous right from the get-go. What people wanted was a remaster, in effect, And if you're gonna remake it, it's remake, but with modern systems of the original like story. And they knew that, and they chose not to do it. So I think they've always been battling an uphill battle just because of the way they branded it. Dreamhild understands your frustration. Is Ushi goes in a roll target for you on NA? I already have her on NA. Oh, wait, sorry. My brain is thinking Tyra. Ushi? Maybe. It's definitely a maybe. I'll have to think about things. The problem is going to be Takaru right here. But I know, like, one of my regrets is not getting Yui on JP, so that maybe rolls at least to grab a copy of her. There's just been a couple times that Yui's actually really nice. Right, but keep in mind, chat, remake does not necessarily imply that you're changing the story of the game. That's like saying you're going to remake Halo. Okay, but everyone expects the story is going to stay the same. Right? Like, it means you're going to change some things, but people do expect it to be roughly the same. So that's where I'm saying, like, yeah, just because they categorize as remake doesn't give them a blank check. I'd like a remake of Final Fantasy Tactics one day. The monkey paw curls. Be careful what you wish for. Yeah, no, like, and I kind of agree, right? Oh, God. Only the first is called remake, second called rebirth. Yeah, and I do get that. I think they wanted to change it to one, get away from that like bad press there, and two, to like show people like, hey, yeah, we are actually changing the story. I mean, if it's totally not 343, I expect story changes, right? Didn't they just remaster Final Fantasy Tactics? I believe so, yes. Because I think I got the free copy of it. And they learned that the hard way, yeah. And that's, like I said, I think that is why they chose to go the rebirth route with the new one. They wanted to get away with that. Get away from that. Another mineral, man. Oof. Yeah, Cody? I didn't get to watch any of the college football playoff games, but I did see the results earlier this morning. Technically, it's a song, chat. Otherwise, I would have skipped it. And it's a meme song making fun of Georgia, so I can't get upset. Still better than the Donald Duck song. You're not wrong. I hope they add Uther to FGO. He'd be a cool man character. I would still like to see them actually like do a little bit more with the Arthurian lore. I would just love to see it personified and like actually put in front of it. Because again, Garden of Avalon's freaking amazing. I want to see Garden of Avalon. Don't just give me an audio book, give me visual aspects to it. And I feel like that'd be amazing. State did not come to play. Yeah. Yeah, that I honest to God, I feel like that was actually the most surprising thing to me. And Texas Tech getting entirely shut out after having one of the best offenses all year. I'd like Guinevere. Yeah, I legitimately want to see it. Okay. Okay. Yes! Finally! Oh! I just like... It was one of those where you're sitting there and you're like, okay, is it gonna happen or is it gonna go all the way to pity? And thankfully, no. But she still took up like 1,700 courts worth. Yeah, like, holy cow, dude. No NP6? No, NP6 is a scam. There's people that want you to think it's not, but it is a scam. So I usually don't like to do it. Okay, chat. Let's very quickly go combine the MP levels. Just one so I don't make a dumb, boneheaded mistake. Okay, so Tlaloc we're good on. It's not a tuna. Gets a fourth copy. P6 is a mistake, intentionally or not. I agree. Wait, did I? I didn't get a copy of Wang Fei Hu. This maybe is from the last time I rolled. Oh, that's a fifth copy of Parvati. So far, so good. No actual rare prisms. Oh my god, is it the two missing copies of Marie? Okay. Admittedly, really efficient rolls here in that regard. Even Cass Gill, only one of them is a rare prism. 1,700, not bad. I mean, it's a little bit over what I would like, but it is certainly not. I agree. Chat, don't look at those two spare copies of OG. Yoink. Yoink. Proof that we went straight to 5. Looks like everybody else is extra, though. Nobody else necessary. Okay, and the reason I wanted to do that was just because I wanted to see who all was there. Chat, we have to do GSSR now on the JP side of things. This is going to be at least a little bit hairy because I got to think about this. So, on JP, I have NP1 here. I have NP1 here. I don't believe I have Void. I do not have her. I believe I have NP1. I do not have him. NP2 here, I think, finally. Unless I made do with NP1. And that's it. NP5. This one's not happening. Kinda sucks because I wouldn't mind a copy of Passionate with how strong she is and, like, kind of the uniqueness of her kit. NP5, NP5. And NP1 on Ishtar. But, Tiamat I don't have on JP. Durga Don't believe I have Durga either. But again, I have NP5 of Jarcher, so it's not a big deal. I think I have NP2 of Say from JP due to pure BS luck. I think I have like NP3 of her and nobody else here. Mel, I have NP1. I don't believe I have either of these two. Oh, bottom left button. Thank you, chat. I did forget about that crap. All right, let's go back since chat wants me to completely restart the process to prove this. Okay, so there's our first banner. Yep. One copy of each of them. Yep. So far, so good. Oh, it is? Yeah. Level 2 on that. Yep, level 5. Oh, I do have Saber Medusa as well. I did forget about that. Yep, 2 NP5s and an NP1. Tiamat. Oh, right, it's Tiamat Archer. My bad. Me dumb. NP3 of that, which is just already fantastic. Oh, and it's only NP1 of Say. I think NP2's on an A then. Oh, it's only NP2 here as well. Okay, sweet. So I was a little bit wrong. Yep, only an NP1 of Mel. Only... This is actually an intriguing one, because obviously there's 3 brand spanking new units here, and then Breedamart, who I do at least like as a character. Yeah, this one's kind of a non-starter, thanks to having made Alter and P5. I could go for more Umu, but probably not the best idea. This one's kind of a non-starter. I already have what I need here. There's a potential for more Castoria copies, but not exactly the way I want to get it. I could... that's tempting, because I could risk for more copies. I do have Ace 120 already. It is what it is. This is also tempting. I actually wouldn't mind this one terribly, either for a stronger Kama or for Gensai. Gregorian, bring me to life? Yes, it is. What impresses me the most is you know most of your MP levels. I really do. Like... Okay, so I don't have Lilith, I don't have Ibuki on JP, NP5 on Castoria Berserker, and I don't have Sen. Or Say. No, Sen, yeah. Jalter is NP1? I believe she's NP2 or 3. I don't remember. I think it's 2. And I don't have QSH on JP. Oh, is it only MP1? Really? I could have sworn the initial rolls that I got her, I got 2 copies of her. Maybe that's NA that I'm remembering. Interesting. Oh well. Well, yeah, that one's kind of obvious. I only have her on NA, and I think it's NP or JP, and I think it's NP2. No, NP1. Oh wait, I do have Himiko on JP. That must have been from another GSSR. I don't remember that. Arc is NP2. And Summer Kama is P1? P2? I don't remember. NP1, yeah. Summer Scotty, I definitely have, but I think it's just a singular copy. I don't think I have Johanna. Summer Mel is like... I have her, but I want to say it's like NP1 or NP2. NP1. Oh, I do have Johanna. Okay. News to me. Steel's NP3. Kagatora's NP1. And Ushi goes in 0. Whoops. Yep. 0, 1, 5. Oh. 3. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I did get really lucky on that banner. I think I have Abby off of a GSSR now. But I think she's the only one? No, I do have a melt. Okay. Really, I didn't remember having a melt on JP. I think it's just Okitan NP1. I think it's NP3 Abby? Maybe like NP1 Yang? Nope, NP1 Abby. Okay. NP6 on an A. Actually don't remember. I know I don't have. He's NP0. I don't think I have her, and I'm pretty sure she's just NP1 over here. Oh, I do have her. Okay. News to me. This is should just be NP1. Should also just be NP1. This is NP0. I don't have Tiamat. I don't have Wangina. Aoko is NP2? Question mark? Fuku's NP1. Or is it NP2? Oh, damn! Fuku is NP3! Okay! I got that way off. I only have Phantasm Moon in this, and I think she's in P2. Yep. I only have Sigurd here, and he's in P2. Oh, what? Oh, no, that's right. I got Sigurd and Mordred in a multi when I was starting out on JP. I thought I got 2 copies of them, but that's, I think, NA that I'm remembering again. NP5, don't have. Gil, I want to say is NP1, but I may have gone to NP2 on him, and I don't have the other 2. Yeah, I did go to NP2. Because that's, again, I think that's how I got so many copies of MHX. Or, sorry, of Double X, and that was why it was a thing. I have nobody here. That's a purely safe banner. I have only NP1. And I think he was also off of an older GSSR. Ooh. I have no one here on JP. That's pretty impressive for a 5-person banner that I have no one on it. My JP makes a lot more worthwhile. I definitely have Merlin. He's just in P1. I think I have King Hassan, and I think he's in P1. I think I have Tez, and I think he's in P1. I don't think I have any of these. Correct. I don't think I have any of these. Ooh, I have Dante's. Okay. I have none of these. NP1. I YOLO'd that MFer. NP1 000. Oh, I do have Voyager on JP. Okay. And then that's not GSSR. That's just the actual rate up for UE with Tut. Interesting. Okay, chat. Who do I roll? Female single target berserkers? This is the problem with rolling NP5s. It really does like brick certain options for you. Get a stronger seal. Wait, how much was it? Was it MP2 on Arc? Yeah, okay. Don't forget you picked 2 banners. That is true. I did forget you get double rolls on this. Like this is so bait. This is so bait. We all know what would happen. This is the stereotypical roll for Morgan Le Fay get baited. That has happened to me like 4 times now in JP. Yeah, it's gonna be one of them. Alright, let's do this one. Again, as chat said, I can pick another. What's the worst that could happen? Okay. Stronger Musashi. Can't get upset. My Musashi's becoming a beast on JP at this point. That makes her NP4. Depot popcorn, yep. Incoming double? Eh, we'll see. Like I said, this is kind of how my Musashi is so strong. I keep trying to get that, like, NP2 of Morgan Le Fay, and it keeps being like, nah. Nah. I heard you like water sports. Jet skis. Pool noodles. Triple incoming? No, my buddy got a triple though, which was freaking insane. He sent me the picture while I was on vacation, and I was like, what the hell, dude? Doubles and triples are myths? I've gotten a couple of doubles when it comes to GSSRs. Triple, I've never seen a triple, like, personally. Like, I think my best GSSR ever was 2 SSRs and a K-scope. And I was like, damn, that's really good. It's like, I can't get upset over that. That's still a really good GSSR. Want to rephrase that last part? Want to bring your mind out of the gutter? Price banner will show up on an A for Morgan. Yeah. Once got an extra limited 5-star on my Destiny order. It was wild. Nice. It's warm in the gutter. It's warm in the gutter, but that's where all the detritus flows. Okay, so it is just the Musashi, and then Anshin Sama! Holy cow, man. Kiyohime. NP5 Kiyohime in one roll, baby. Holy crap. Okay. Cat, who's my second roll? Wait, hold on. It's still an enticing one. I don't think you have enough Saint Quartz. I don't think I do either. I think I have enough Saint Quartz. I don't have enough paid. Just a second, chat. I gotta log into the website. Website that NA does not have. Oh right, there's the 5% discount on JP right now. Damn it. Which is definitely like I should buy in bulk, but I'm not going to. Just 1 second, chat. Processing. Wait. Okay. Should be good. Yeah, what do I go? Second attempt on Morgan? I don't think you can re-roll the same banner, right? This is the objectively correct banner that I should roll. You mean ace? Yeah. Let me just double check. Yeah, so I did finish both my ace and my checks. Louise, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I think we're going with the ace one. I just had to like think of what would I prefer if I whiff, right? So we'll see. Monkey paw curls, you get 2 SSRs, but none of them are what you truly want. I've had that. I've actually had that. I've gotten every unit on the banner but the one that I wanted. Kind of wild. Watch him get 2 ace. That'd be fantastic. Could make it so I didn't have to roll her again. Who could have seen this coming? Honestly, I actually was surprised that I convinced myself to go for this banner over a different one that I was thinking of. I never get what I want on GSSRs. I always weigh the possibilities, so I usually get something I'm okay with. Usually. Every once in a blue moon, I get something where I'm like, oh, that's the one I didn't want. But usually it's not a big deal. This one I'm fine with whatever result comes out. That's kind of why I think I went with this one. All Medea chat. Gold. Alice. Okay, sweet. Alice is definitely one of the ones that I wanted to like play around with in terms of her kit. This is definitely a good pickup. She also has her unique form of solemn defense. So if this is all I get, I'm fine with it. That's a good result. Something else? Definitely a little bit of hesitation there, but it's just another Medea. He has bird protection. Yep. Protection of birds EX. Here, chat.
って呼ばれるなんて他の魔術師の工房を見学しようだなんて考えたのがいけなかったのかしら。マインスターの魔女は誰とも契約しないけれど、この状況なら仕方がないわね。私はクオンジアリス。クラスはキャスター？そう。アサシンに強いのならそれでいいわ。
Yeah. So that is the end result for JP. Chat. Let me see what I can do about working on our new unit here real fast. Rather than start rolls on NA, let's work on her on JP. I need to be careful too. Save NA rolls for tomorrow. That's exactly what I'll do. So chat, you were just here for rolls, I understand. But I will be back tomorrow with, again, probably more MP5 rolls for Takeru. These rolls basically were completely free, other than, obviously...
いません。宮廷での戦いもあることをお見せしましょう。
Other than obviously having to spend a little bit on the GSSR there. Hold on, before we touch that. The other thing is I want to make sure I go combine copies so that I don't accidentally burn that Musashi. Well, I'm not, but just force of habit and a good habit to have. Hope you get much better luck than me. Yeah. I am certainly counting the days until NA has, like, pity on every copy. Oh, wait. Not what I wanted. Definitely something I can do, but not what I wanted. Where was I going? Ah, burn. There we go. Force of habit made me go back in on that. I'm just burning these so that they don't clog. Okay, let's do all that. Take a quick look here. Am I fine with burning all of these? Answer is yes. I know I have NP5 Sumina. That happened during the Merlin rolls. Okay. Okay. I can actually set up to do this. Blue, thank you for the reset, bud. Thank you for the 40 months. Gorgeous Logress Ascension 2 is I can't not see Arc on first glance. Interesting. I can kind of see that. At least with the way they made Arc look in this game.
いう顔ですね。無論構いません。少しだけ荒々しい祭典ということにしましょう。
Hmm. Oh boy, the 6.5 swords. Takeuchi strikes again. Yep. God damn. She gave me a little bit of trouble in the gacha, but she is just giving me the good suck right now. It's back-to-back procs.
若き騎士として火花を散らし、王として宮廷の調べに身を委ねた。ではその後はどうなるのかと不思議に思っていましたが、なるほど。この姿こそ私の原点。無敗の王と呼ばれ栄光に恵まれたある騎士の姿です。
Hmm. I can see why you like it, yeah. Like I said, there is a reason that this kind of feels like an apology.
あなたに私も答えたいと思います。この器は竜と人のつながりを示すものであり、また竜の時代の終わりを示したもの。騎士の王としてブリテンを治めた多くの人々が見た理想の具現。己が名は薄れ、過去もまた自分のものではなくなった。私は幻想の中の幻想。
Oh, the head tilt's interesting.
今を生きるあなたたちに寄り添うことはできませんが、その熱を愛する者として共に戦うことを誓いましょう。
Whoops. Literally glowing, yeah. Nice, she procced again. Gotta go to at least 100, chat. At least for right now. Like I said, I don't know that we have the time. And I certainly want to work on skills first. I can't believe Cad got a new Grand Saber. Listen. It's not like I don't have the grails, okay? It literally would boil down to embers. But that's kind of the other reason why I'm doing this, is to get everything prepped. This will also help me spin down material costs. Don't forget the foes. I'll grab them. Level 100 cat easy. Level 100ing is very easy in this game. 120ing is the hard part. Anybody can go to level 100. Going to 120 is going to level 121 times in a row. That's difficult. Most people usually don't have the space in their inventory for it, because it requires you to have been saving, in effect. 100 ain't shit anymore. I wouldn't say it ain't shit, but it's definitely one of those deals where it's like you just expect it. And this will be the current 120 project. Not like I don't have the coins. Okay. And just for sake of it, go ahead. Drop one on to declare the intent. Let's go back. Let's handle the skills as fast as we can. I actually have not looked at what the skill requirements are. So there's definitely a consideration there. It's not Cad's channel. Is this legit? What do you mean? This is me live. If you're viewing me for the first time on YouTube, this is my VOD channel that I'm live on, and this is where I've started being like doing my live streams from. Ew, disgusting. The new material. Okay, it's only gonna take 10 each, so I can do that. Pre-recorded SMH? No, yeah, I mean, obviously I'm not gonna respond to chat if it's pre-recorded. Yeah, I switched over to doing live streams on the VOD channel because it felt like it was wrecking the metrics of the main channel. And so that's kind of why I've been doing it ever since. Because I didn't want it to impact numbers, which numbers have gotten a little bit better since then, but admittedly, I think the major drop in numbers is just like viewership of FGO content in general is kind of down. Which makes sense. It's a 10-year game. Everybody kind of knows what's going on. Algorithm metrics? Yeah. Feels bad. Paid chatters? No. Which CDs have I leveled to 100 besides Black Rail and Kaleidoscope? A ton, actually. The one you'd want to see, and I'd say remind me tomorrow, because that'd be the best time to show you, would be on the NA account. I can show you all the ones I've leveled there. So NP6, max level 120 and max append, right? Yeah, if you want to max append. I don't see the point. There's really like you guys have the ability if you've seen this button, okay? Button exists on JP. This is the button that allows you to switch what append is where. Like, let's say my Lartray, I was like, fuck, you know? Like, I really want this one. I could just, like, go boom and just switch it. And behold, chat. It does nothing. Like, I literally can just have it. And then I just go like, oh, you know what? I made a mistake. I want the other one. And boom, it goes back and it does nothing. It doesn't cost you anything. So this is why, like, again, getting the 6th copy nowadays is literally a scam. You do not need it. It is something that they kind of obviously have realized, like, this was a major gripe that people had. That's why they put in that ability, I suspect. Okay, we got to do the foes. Go right to the end. Perfect. That'll be enough for her and Alice. Give me on an A now. Why are you flexing on us? I'm not. I'm literally showing you that that is something that will come to an A. It is very nice. I love having it. We should get that at around anniversary this year. I'll just go ahead and faux Alice here. Oh, looks like I already had some foes in the inventory. Did we get it anniversary 9 or anniversary 10? It was Annie 9. Technically, it was afterwards, but I suspect we'll get it with the anniversary. Because if you guys remember, there was a huge Buster Cluck at 89. I know very well. Yeah. Okay. I'm not going to waste any embers on Alice. To say that makes it sound like it's a waste. It's not a waste. I'm just saying I'm not going to do anything because I would rather see how far I can go on Logress here. I did like the meme. I think it was Gatto that I saw on Twitter that did it. That was basically saying that now for the next 10 years, we're just going to get alternate copies of Lord Logress. So, and it was like all the original forms of Artoria, just instead it's Lord Logress. Which would make me very happy, but obviously it's a, something that shouldn't be. Did you see the player on JP that already has Bond 15 Ember? I mean, honestly, like, people make a big deal out of that stuff. I don't find that surprising, nor do I find it to be, like, that big of a deal, because just somebody popped a lot of apples, right? Hey, honest to God, I think it is, like, more impressive when somebody can, like, 120 right off the bat. At least from the stance of, like, that takes a lot of preparation to be able to, like, hoard that many embers. Now, again, I don't think I can do it. I don't think I have enough. And I'll probably need a lot of success with the procs. Hope you're well. I'm doing fantastic. This is my final form. Yep. I don't think I have it. Certainly not in my inventory. Team what's on rate up now? Yep, good luck. Takaru's home and GSSR gave me the ruler that has been avoiding me for so long, Moriarty. Yep. Dad, how long do we have on, like, the NA campaigns? Today should be the final unlock. Well, I mean more like the GSSR and banner for Takaru. Damn, that is a lot of mana prisms. Yeah, that's servant experience. Winning on Avenger Raiko. Nice. 120 by Popio Hana and one roll. Nice. Okay, let's not accidentally burn 4 and 5-star embers. That'd be great. Thank you. I would prefer not to do that. I have 107 days left on each of those. Yeah, we about to do a thing. You prepared for this? Anyways, I'm not gonna bore you guys with this as much as I'd like to do it on stream. If I'm doing it with all 4-star embers, it will take me forever. So Let's find somebody to love. Hopefully tomorrow I'm meeting you guys back here for NP5 Takaru rolls with a 120 Lord Logress. In the meantime, let me see who I'll be on. Let me send you guys over to Mr. Sideswipe. He's a good buddy of mine, member of my stream team. And he's doing some Uma Musume. But he is also a big Saberface fan himself from FGO. So you guys can always talk to him about Lord Logress. And again, I will be back tomorrow. Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate the support. I'm happy you guys stuck around for me for the new year. And I hope you guys got everything you guys want in your rolls and GSSRs. Go give Side my love, and I'll see y'all tomorrow.